Alright, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Okay, so mic seems to be on, audio seems to be okay. Still a bit on the loud side, but this game is hard to balance. It's hard to balance, but hopefully this is okay. Anyway. Hey everyone, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're from. My name is Ruka, and today we are back with Shibuya Scramble 428. Or I guess 428 Shibuya Scramble. Yeah, it's been quite a while. I mean, it's a week, I guess, but still, like, I'm trying to figure out where this is all going, and there's a lot of stuff recently that that is starting to make sense with some of the routes. But how are we gonna wrap this all up? We're not gonna wrap this up today, that's for sure. But I feel like it's gonna get wrapped up soon-ish. And I'm just trying to figure out where it's all connecting. Because all of these people are gonna meet up eventually, I feel like, at some point. There's definitely a few crossing lines already. Anyway, let's do a quick review from last time about what happened. I think we visited everyone's route. And let's not do this. Hold up. We visited everyone's route, so we need to review what the heck is going on here. So we have Osawa. Osawa is still in his house, trying to, I guess, pull himself together, figure some stuff out. And I guess he also got cornered into quitting the, not quitting, but not continuing with the whole offer from America stuff, right? Because he's been wanting to go to America to do other research stuff, but people will not let him. So, that's a bit of a pickle for him, trying to just live his life, I guess, but who knows what's actually happening there with the conspiracy theories and whatnot. Oh, I guess we also figured out the source of the antiviral outbreak. Not outbreak, but what do you call this? Antiviral being leaked. His boss apparently got those things out a long time ago and caused a lot of damage to people. But yeah, okay, we figured that out. But he's got nothing to do with this whole kidnapping thing. That seems to be someone else's deal. So, and then we have Tama. Tama is trying to figure out what to do now, especially after the whole thing that happened with the product demo, the diet drink product demo that basically I guess exposed them as being frauds, or at least her boss as being a fraud. So now where's she gonna go? On one route you actually get to see that she is able to take off her head, hence the face reveal. But we can't seem to get past this point for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. So we're gonna have to figure that out. Achi, on the other hand, got trapped inside of this warehouse building with Hitomi, the girl he's with, and this guy with a cane is still chasing them somehow or another, even after being jumped by other people. It's like, what the heck? What is even going on anymore? At least this one we can continue and see what's up with that. Kano, what is going up with Kano? Kano got a bad end by arresting one of the guys that had the attaché case earlier, and it doesn't seem like we can do anything right now to help him get past this bad end. So we're gonna have to figure that out. Hopefully we can find it in Achi's route. Hey Bison, welcome. How's it going? Just doing a quick review on what's been happening in the story because it's kind of confusing, but at the same time, It's a weird list of things of stories. Okay, so Minorikawa, our reporter slash writer, went to the product demo, the diet drink demo, and basically witnessed everything go down really badly. Not that he didn't instigate some of the things that happened there, but still. I'm not sure exactly where he went after this. Oh yeah, after going to the product demo, he went back to the cafe to write up a report, and suddenly his laptop is dead. Well, F for him. F for him. I'm not sure how he's gonna get out of this one. He's got a deadline coming up. Might not even make it a deadline, but oh well. So it seems like the only route we can move forward with right now is Achi, so we're gonna go with Achi. Driving to work, how are you? I am doing okay. Just trying to make sense of this story that we've got over here. So let's go ahead with Achi's route and see what happens to him and Hitomi outside. Well, after this being stuck in the warehouse bit, because I think we got a. Was it a bad end or was it a keepa? I think it was a bad end. We got a bad end at one point where Achi somehow managed to get out of the warehouse, but he got jumped by the guy with the gun and the cane. So that was a bad end. And for us to resolve that, we had to get Tanaka from Osawa's route to not be so busy with dealing with Osawa. And so we did that when we were in his route, and now they're free to just let this develop and not actually get that bad end. So let's see what we get with this one. Let me shrink myself here because I'm taking up way too much real estate. Shrink, shrunk, and there we go. Oh no, we gotta go here. All right, let's start with this. Please voice cooperate with me. Alright, I think we've laid low long enough. Achi said at last. Think we should be on our way? He was about to get to his feet when he heard voices outside the storeroom again. Yikes, that was pretty careless of us. Yeah, we definitely gotta watch it. Oh wait, those are the voices from outside. Never mind. I thought that was the two from inside. The theater guys from earlier had returned, and they sounded a bit panicked. Heard folks have been messing with the storeroom a bunch recently. Yeah, huh? And did you hear about who's behind it? Some juvenile delinquents. Like a gang? Wow, that takes me way back. And they get locked in. Alright, let's hurry on back. Achi rushed over to the door. He tried turning the knob, but the door wouldn't budge. Oh, come on! Are you freaking kidding me? He paced frantically around the room, pulling at his hair. We're locked in! And that door was the only way in or out. Achi and Hitomi were well and truly trapped inside the storeroom. I don't know, maybe going inside a storeroom to hide. Probably not the best idea if you're trying to stay hidden and not get locked in, you know? But where else would they go? This is all my fault. Oh, this is all my fault, Achi said. It was my idea to hide out here in the first place. He bowed to Hitomi repeatedly. We're never gonna be able to find that blue minivan now. Guess we'll have to get someone on the outside to help us, Hitomi replied. She scowled thoughtfully. They powered their phones on in order to call for help. Oh, Hitomi chirped, that's me. She took a look at the LCD display. It's an email from Mr. Tanaka. Oh, Tanaka actually contacted it first. Oh, okay. Hitomi began typing out a response with practiced ease. More wild delusions rose in Achi's mouth. Wild delusions? Ideas or fantasies conjured up in one's mind with no logical or factual basis. People can become deluded for varying reasons, about a whole host of different subjects. Thankfully, Achi's delusions here are of an ultimately harmless sort. Harmless, they say. You call this harmless? It's not harmless to his ego. Stealing a quick glance at Hitomi, he noticed her gazing happily at her phone screen. His delusions ran even more wild. What's this? While he was still fretting furiously, Hitomi finished typing her response. So, what did you wind up saying? Achi asked. I explained the situation. That we're trapped in the storeroom, and you've got some guys chasing after you, and you're looking for some van? Yes, I also asked him to please keep this a secret from my family and the police, so how is he supposed to get you guys out of there? Unless he's the one gonna do it himself. Whoever this Tanaka guy was, Hitomi sure seemed to put a lot of trust in him. And we got this mournful guitar music in the background that's just been wailing for the longest time. Which is like Achi's inner turmoil right now, it seems. A short while later, Hitomi's phone chimed with a reply. She checked the screen in a flash, all eagerness. Achi couldn't help but ask, so, what's that Tanaka guy have to say? Did his utmost to pretend he did not notice. Be jealous or don't be jealous. I mean, he is staring pretty intently. I guess ask him. Ask her. Achi couldn't help but ask. So, what's that Tanaka guy have to say? A hint of jealousy slipped into his voice. He says he's going to try to find the minivan for us. Huh? If he just comes and let us out, I can go look for it myself. He says he wants us to hide out here a little longer. What the hell? Seriously? He says that if someone's after me, it's safer to stay where we are. Yeah, I'm out of the running, Achi thought to himself. This Tanaka was clearly pretty concerned for her. And there was really only one reason a middle-aged man would think like that. Alright, fine, we'll wait. Achi turned his own phone off, then slumped back in a huff. I hope this isn't a bad end, just by asking. After 20 more minutes in the storeroom, the two were sitting in silence. Achi had run out of things to talk about. Do you think you'll ever be friends again? You and that one guy, Susumu, I think it was? Hitomi's question caught Achi off guard. He stammered, unsure how to respond. Hitomi shook her head. I'm so sorry. I barely know you. That was insensitive of me. No, it's alright. I mean, sometimes I wish things could go back the way they used to be, Achi said. He let out a tiny sigh. What the Kiryu guy said was the truth. I was the guy who founded the SOS. Do you know what I mean by that? Hitomi gave a slight nod. I mean, I never wanted to be in charge of a gang or anything, but I knew that if I left, SOS would just fall apart. And I didn't want everyone else to get all caught up over who would take my place, you know? So I thought long and hard about it, looking for a way for folks to stay friends even after I was gone. Yeah, I don't think that worked out, actually. The loud voice echoed through the pool hall that served as SOS HQ. Pool hall? An establishment for playing pool, more formally known as pocket billiards. This particular place is a pool bar, serving alcohol. The standard pool table is rectangular in shape, sports 6 pockets, 4 in the corners and 1 in the middle along each side, and supports multiple games, including 9-ball, 8-ball, and rotation. There also are tables without pockets. This style is known as carom billiards. I don't think I've ever heard of carom billiards before. How do you even do carom billiards? What do you mean you're leaving? Susumu was positively red in the face. You're a founder, Achi! You can't just up and quit! Susumu had been almost like a younger brother to Achi. If anyone was going to try to stop him, Achi knew full well it would be Susumu. Look, I'm not gang leader material. All I've been trying to do is make sure we're all able to have fun. That's not true, Susumu said. Think about all the stuff you taught us. Don't you remember? Every man gets to make one request in his life that cannot be denied. Those are your words, Achi. Did I say that? It's the heaviest thing you've ever said. Oh wow, the Dogeza. And wow, they actually do look like a bunch of thugs. Then, to Achi's consternation, Susumu got down on his hands and knees. I'm begging you, please don't leave. Without you, SOS is nothing. Achi could feel his conviction waver. I'm begging you here, from one man to another. This is my one request. Susumu, I'm sorry. Achi could barely croak out the words. I'm leaving you in charge. You can't, Susumu pleaded. Please don't say that. Achi turned his back to him in silence. Please, Achi, why won't you listen? I can't possibly beg any harder than this. Enough of all the request nonsense, Achi grimaced. What? Look at you. Down on your hands and knees like that. Pathetic. Ultimately stems from the Greek word pathetikos, meaning subject to feeling or capable of emotion. Over time, the meaning changed to signify exciting the passions, and later on to the more modern sense of arousing one's pity. Huh. Learn something new every day. Achi spoke as harshly as he could, fighting to mask his true feelings. I'm fed up with you. All of you. With each word out of his mouth, Achi could feel his own heart breaking. But if he could make the others hate him, at least it would give SOS a reason to stay together. How can you say that? Don't you try and pull that crap! Susumu's tone had changed from sadness to anger. Fine then, he railed. I'm never asking you for anything again. I'll do what you want. I'll take the reins of SOS. Achi walked away, waving vaguely without looking back. Good luck. I mean it. Once he stepped out of the pool hall, he wiped his sleeve across his face. It came away wet with tears. Why did he leave other than that, I wonder? Sometimes I think that maybe I could apologize to those guys and we could go back to the good old days again. But that's never gonna happen. Not unless Suzune gets better. He stared into the distance at nothing in particular. At least he'd sorted out how he felt about his former pals. Is there nothing that can help your sister? Hitomi asked. She needs a heart transplant. Ooh, that's pretty serious. And the problem with heart transplants is that the timing is tricky. The act of surgically implanting one person's heart into another's body, such an operation is typically only performed on a patient with severe heart disease who cannot survive without a new heart. There are strict requirements that must be met before a heart can be transplanted. However, chief among them, that the donor must first be brain dead. Ah, I see. That's how you would do it. Not a lot of those around. Even if there's a donor available, the transplant has to be performed within 4 hours or things get dicey. Because lack of oxygen causes damage, referred to as warm ischemia damage. In any organ removed from the human body, a transplant must be carried out and blood circulation restored within a certain time window, known as the total ischemic time. In the case of a heart transplant, total ischemic time is only 4 hours. Helicopters and charter jets are frequently used to rapidly transport hearts for such operations. Oh wow, I didn't realize. Someone with a heart that's a match for Suzune would need to die somewhere near her. Somewhere they could perform the surgery within that 4-hour window. The odds of that happening are so small it would be a miracle, which is what my sister's been waiting for. Achi thumped the left side of his chest. If my heart would do the trick, I'd gladly let her have it. Damn it! I've got a strong heart too. He thumped himself on the chest again and again. He didn't mention it to Hitomi, but Suzune's blood type made finding her a heart transplant even more difficult. She had Bombay blood. What the heck is Bombay blood? A type of blood that does not correspond to the more common types A, B, O, or AB. In some instances, a standard blood typing yields a result of O in such individuals. First discovered in the city of Bombay, now known as Mumbai, on India's west coast. The blood type takes its name from that city due to its relatively high incidence rate among its inhabitants. Huh. Does that kind of explain your slightly Indianish features? I don't know. It was one of the rarest blood types in the world. Apparently, there were only a few dozen people in all of Japan who had it. Rare blood types such as Bombay are scarce enough that even nationwide blood centers seldom have them in sufficient supply. For this reason, when such blood types are discovered in everyday testing, samples are quickly taken to be frozen and stored at temperatures lower than 80 degrees centigrade, below centigrade. If Suzune were never to receive a heart transplant, it would need to be from someone who also had Bombay blood. Achi? Hitomi sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Wow, she must really feel bad for Suzune. If you did manage to find a heart for your sister, what would you do? What do you mean? Say if you've happened across someone who was a donor match. Huh? I would do anything. Anything? Yeah, whatever it took. I'd risk my own life if it meant helping Suzune. I mean, at that point, I assumed God had granted me a miracle or something, you know? Oh, unlocked? Mr. Tanaka? What is this one? Unfortunately for these two, it is not Mr. Tanaka. Right now, Tanaka is in Ataosawa residence on his way to speak with Keiji Osawa, who's washing dishes for lunch. Oh, we gotta jump here? We'll continue and then jump later. Hitomi's voice was barely a squeak. For a moment, all was silent. Maybe it's just a cat, Achi suggested. Or not. Oh, this is where we jump to Tama. I see. We'll jump later. The doorknob rattled ominously. You really think that's Tanaka? Achi asked. I'm not sure. If it were him, I think he'd probably say something. Achi grabbed Hitomi's hand. We'd better hide. The two of them slipped behind a large piece of plywood stage dressing. The door swung open with a loud creak. Tama? What the heck is Tama? In stepped a cat. Oh, it's just a kitty cat. A giant kitty cat, walking upright. Achi and Hitomi stared in confusion as someone in the cat costume slipped into the room. There was something vaguely sinister about the fuzzy figure. Sinister, sure. What's Tama even doing here? The cat had both hands stuffed into its pockets, and it shuffled as it walked, dragging one leg. Dragging a leg? Did she hurt herself? You think that's someone with a theater troupe? Achi whispered. Maybe? What? You think that's someone with a theater troupe? Maybe? The two huddled in the shadows, pressed up almost cheek to cheek. They watched as the cat rifled around inside one of its pockets and then pulled something out. Keys? It was a bundle of keys. No doubt the ones I had used to get inside. Achi's eyes fixed on the furry mitt that held them. It was stained dark red. Oh no. What happened? Why is it dark red? Tama, did you kill someone? That could be only one thing. Blood. In that moment, Achi finally realized what was going on. That's no theater guy. It was the assassin. Are you sure? He used the katsu to slip past the theater people and had somehow gotten his hands on the storeroom keys. Oh no, we have two Tamas roaming around. Oh, maybe? Well, we're gonna have to see what happens to Tama first, I guess. Now he tossed the keys away, then delicately adjusted the costume's wobbly head. He told me, we gotta run. Huh? He told me seemed frozen, mesmerized. Oh wow, this is bloody Tama. The cat turned directly towards them. The fur around its mouth was stained crimson. Oh, it is the guy! Oh wow. And here I thought it was actually just Tama. He told me to let out a high-pitched cry of shock. The cat drew its other hand out of its pocket. Clutching its mitt was a gun. Achi and Hitomi had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Is it a keep out? Oh, it's a bad end. What's up with the cat? What's up with the cat indeed? Disguised as the cat costume? Killer managed to corner Achi and Hitomi, but where'd he get that costume? Oh, I see. As it happens, it's Tama's fault. She tossed the suit away after taking it off, allowing the assassin to find it and use it to deceive the theater troupe and gain access to the storeroom. Little could she have known. Oh, we gotta go to Tama and not actually do a face reveal. Oh. First things first though, let's do one jump to Osawa. There should be a jump to Osawa somewhere around here. Strife? Leaving SOS? Yeah, I think there should be a jump here somewhere. Let's see. Pathetic, Heart, Bombay, Tanaka. Let's go to Tanaka first. Wait, Tanaka. Mr. Tanaka? Keiji Osawa. Okay, jump to Keiji. Jump to Osawa. Get past that keep out. What's past the keep out? There's a bug around here. Director, do you have a moment? Tanaka poked his head into the kitchen. I've got something urgent to discuss with you. Yes, of course. Osawa took the bug tracker from his pocket and handed it back to Kajiwara. I won't be needing this anymore. Oh no, what's with that creepy face, Kajiwara? As soon as they had left the kitchen, Tanaka leaned in close and whispered to him. I got an email from Hitomi. He showed his cell phone to Osawa. It looks like my sister is being held captive in a blue minivan somewhere in Shibuya. But that man is still chasing me, so I can't really go looking for it. A blue minivan? Allow me to handle this, sir. I'll figure something out. Osawa knew he trusted Tanaka for a reason. Thank you, he said with a bow. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know any place she might have gone, do you, sir? What? It's just that all she's told me is that she's been moving around. I'm sorry. I don't really have any idea, Osawa replied. He was ashamed to say it. There wasn't a single place he knew of where his daughter might be inclined to go. Ah, I see. Tanaka, picking up on his discomfort, was visibly embarrassed himself. He hastened to change the subject. By the way, how did your talk with Mr. Makino go? I confirmed that he was behind the human testing, but I don't know who sent me those emails. Tanaka paused for a moment in thought, looking like he might have a hunch. Alright then, he said. We'll have to talk more in detail later. With that, the assistant director headed for the front door. Kajiwara, what the heck are you up to? Mr. Osawa. Kajiwara spoke from the kitchen door. Beeping on me again, huh? Osawa grumbled. Thankfully, it didn't appear that the detective had overheard his conversation with Tanaka. And good grief, that thing is noisy. If it's broken, why don't you just throw it out? The sound from the bug tracker grew fainter and fainter. Oh, are you telling me that Tanaka has a bug on him? Oh. Who could have put a bug on Tanaka? Something wasn't right. Osawa now realized. Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara said, this is my bug tracker. So? Osawa huffed. What I mean is, sir, this one isn't broken. What? Wow, the music for realization is amazing. A chill ran up Osawa's spine. He swallowed audibly. I've pinpointed the source of the signal, Kajiwara said. It's coming from Mr. Tanaka. No, Osawa thought. I must have misheard that. Hold on. Say that again? I've located the source of the signal. It's coming from Mr. Tanaka. The detectives repeated. This time, Osawa heard him crystal clear. I'm certain of it. Mr. Tanaka has a listening device on him. Osawa felt the blood draining from his face. If someone had been listening in on the conversation just now, then they'd heard about the email from Hitomi. If the kidnappers were the ones listening, that meant Maria's life was now in danger. I'll go after him, sir. Kajiwara broke into a sprint. Osawa followed close behind. Why this music? It's awesome, but why this music? To be continued! Oh, wow. We're doing a to be continued here? Okay, then. Okay, to be continued on both Minorikawa and Osawa. Tama is still a keep out. So we need to go to Achi really quick. Let's go to Achi here really quick. Ah, the jump is a lot closer than I thought. Okay. We have to jump from the bad end. Right, Mr. Tanaka. Maybe it's just a cat. Or not. A cat. Jump to Tama from way back then. It's time I skin this cat. I need to get rid of this costume, whatever it takes. Take hold of the head in both hands and yank it upward. I take hold of the head in both hands and yank it upward as hard as I can. Oh? Please tell me I'm not just imagining things. The head feels a whole lot looser than it did earlier. Before. If I give it a good enough push, then maybe... Oh no, don't ditch the costume. Actually, don't ditch the costume. This is not where we ditch the costume. Do not skin the cat. It's not worth the struggle. I guess this cat's staying in the bag. I figure I'll head into the knick-knack shop as is. Right, we don't want to shed it because that's gonna give a bad end to the other side. Wait, what? Really? I keep out here? just from that? Wait. Oh, what? The releases the bad end immediately, but she can't move forward? Are you freaking serious? How much back and forth are we going to be doing with Tama? There's been a lot of back and forth in Tama's route. Sometimes I think maybe I could apologize. Old days, okay. Now that Suzune gets better, can I go forward more? I would do anything. Anything? Right, so right here. I would do anything. Anything? Yeah, whatever it took. I'd risk my own life if it meant helping Suzune. I mean, at that point, I assumed God had granted me a miracle or something, you know? Oh, but it still opens. Mr. Tanaka? Not Mr. Tanaka. Please tell me it's not... Please tell me it's not, the other thing. I wonder if I have to jump again here. Do I have to jump again after not skinning the cat? Ah, yeah, I did have to jump again. The sales demo is over, and against all odds, I managed to get paid. Money clutched in one paw, I head to the knick-knack shop to finally buy that necklace I can't stop thinking about. Hello? Anyone here? I call out. There's no reply. Is the shopkeeper out? Just a moment! Panting, the sales clerk came scurrying into the shop behind me. Sorry about that, I just had to pop out for a second. Phew, you would not believe what I just saw. He leans against a pillar, gasping audibly as he tries to catch his breath. Ah, you're here about that necklace? Do you still have it? Of course. Thank you so much. I have half the money here and the rest is in my... Oh. I suddenly remember something very important. Oh no. The sales clerk gives me a curious look. What's the matter? My wallet. It's still in here. I pat the costume around the tummy. Why didn't you take the outfit off? Well, I mean, the zipper's kind of broken. I wouldn't be having all this trouble if I could just get out of this darn costume. Kind of broken. It's way more broken than that. Way more broken than that? The sales clerk points me to a full body mirror. He's right. The zipper in the back is hanging open. Taking this thing off will be a cinch now. Oh, thank you. I give him a bow. I'm not sure you need to be thanking me, he says. No, I do. If you hadn't pointed that out, I might have left myself stuck in there forever. In here forever. So really, thank you so much. I bow again and again. Oh, we do get a Tama face reveal! With FMV. And it's Hitomi's twin. To be continued. Wow, they made a full FMV for the to be continued for this one. Wow, Tama face reveal actually. Okay. Alright, I guess it's time for Achi then to finish off his route. Mr. Tanaka is this not? Barely a squeak, moment of silence. Just a cat. Or not. Suddenly someone hit the door hard. It sounds like they were trying to break the lock. You really think that's Tanaka? Achi asked. I'm not sure. If it were him, I think he'd probably say something. Achi grabbed Hitomi's hand. We better hide. The two of them slipped behind a large piece of plywood stage dressing. Same text. Different scenery. The door swung open with a loud creak, and in comes the guy, still regardless. In stepped the man with a cane. What the heck? Achi whispered. What's he doing here? Gun drawn, the assassin prowled slowly around the storeroom. Achi and Hitomi crouched behind the plywood prop, trying not to make a sound. The man moved out of their line of sight. Achi gazed longingly at the door. Longingly. Achi risked a peek around the corner of the plywood. He still couldn't see the man with the cane. The door was maybe 5 meters away. What should they do? They need to just make a run for it? No, they need to wait for a safer chance to escape. I feel like they waited last time. I say just make a run for it? Or they just... Maybe let's wait. Maybe let's wait. No, they need to wait for a safer chance to escape. And that's why we just need to make a break for it. Achi heard the sound of a cell phone vibrating from behind a tall piece of plywood leaning by the door. The assassin stepped out from behind it. He still hadn't spotted his quarry. Oh no, that was his phone. I'm sure there's the place. His voice was low and confident. Uh-oh, do you have friends? Still clutching his phone, the assassin wandered deeper into the storeroom. Achi and Hitomi took the opportunity to slip out of the door. They ran through the alleyways back towards the main road. Before they reached it, however, they suddenly found their path cut off by one of the foreigners who chased them earlier, the accomplice of the man with the pipe. And now he's got a knife. He stood waiting for them, holding a knife in one hand. Another frying pan into the fire. If they turned back, Achi knew the man with the cane might catch up with them, and he had a gun. Achi slipped off his sleeveless jacket and wrapped it around his left arm. He was going to have to use his left arm to guard against the knife while punching with his right hand. He clenched his fist and braced himself. And then suddenly, he froze. Froze? Huh? A small dark silhouette dropped from somewhere up above. Landing deftly, the newcomer lunged towards the man with the knife, closing the gap between them in a blink of an eye. Ugh. The figure delivered a swift chop to the back of the man's neck. Who came down? He dropped to the pavement like a dead man, finally giving Achi a clear view of the shadow behind him. Who are you? Is it the girl from earlier? Achi couldn't believe his eyes. It was a small-statured young woman with Middle Eastern features. Middle Eastern features, can't see a darn thing except the freaking nose. Hitomi let out a little gasp. You recognize this person? Kanan? Kanan? Really? And we don't even actually get to see them. Alright, we have a bunch of to be continued, but we still have a bad end with Kano. What is the bad? How do we get out of this bad end with Kano here? Let's see. So this is to be continued, to be continued, to be continued, to be continued. Bad end. What do we gotta do? Maybe letting the syndicate run free for the time being was really the right call. Someone can do something at 1340 that throws a wrench in Kano's activities thanks to involvement of unrelated parties. And Kano's reaction will make the investigation play out differently. 1340? $1340 over here, Minorikawa. I guess Minorikawa. Minorikawa? They said unrelated actions at 1340. Which only can mean him. Okay. Let's see if this does anything. Maybe Yanagashita would be willing to take a Shibuya Now survey. Ah, come on, that was a nice route. Why do I have to take the other one? Oh well, fine. No, nothing really came to mind. It was about time to wrap this up. Thank you for your time, Mr. Yanagashita. If you'll excuse me, though, I'll have to get to another interview. Oh no, of course. Allow me to walk you out. Yanagashita rose to his feet as Minorikawa got up to leave. Oh, that won't be necessary. It's no trouble, I'm heading out myself now. Gotta run before those guys show up. Ah, I see. What guys do you mean? Oh, nobody. Just a personal thing is all. They parted ways outside the building and Minorikawa headed off to the cafe to put his article together. Ah, right. He got cornered by the loan sharks if he stays for a little bit. Perfect timing. Right. I guess let's go through the scene as a recap. Oh, perfect timing. Minorikawa stopped short as a familiar voice called out to him. It was the man he'd spoken to earlier that afternoon about the surveillance cameras. Hey, come here for a second. The man waved him over. Ah, what is it? I'm real busy right now. I've got a scoop for you. Saw it with my own eyes. Minorikawa raised an eyebrow. Give me the details. Okay, so a little while ago, I saw some foreign guy in handcuffs arguing with someone who looked like a detective. A foreigner in handcuffs? Had there been some kind of international sting or something? Whatever the case, it wasn't such a rare thing to see. Where was this? Just over there, behind the police station. Minorikawa furrowed his brow. A suspect arguing with a cop outside a police station wasn't all that weird. Still, he had a feeling he was missing something here. Well, the big thing is what happened afterwards, the man said. Afterwards. The man leaned in conspiratorially. The detective undid the guy's handcuffs and let him run off. Oh, what? I'm telling you, man. It had to have been like a bribe or something. A bribe? That seemed unlikely. I swear that's what it had to be. There was some wheel greasing going on. You're not making this all up, are you? Minorikawa asked. He regarded the man coldly, but the guy still seemed quite legitimately worked up. It's all true. Please, you have to report this to the police right away. Why do I have to? Minorikawa asked. If you have the tip for the police, go give it yourself. He didn't quite manage to stop himself before saying that out loud. No, I can't. I'm no good when it comes to the police. Besides, they're never gonna believe someone like me. Okay, so maybe he had a point there. But you're the world-class reporter, right? Some world-class reporter. The cops will totally take your word over that of some random nobody. Minorikawa didn't have time to debate the point. It was easier just to make the call. He phoned out the police to leave the tip. The man bowed repeatedly, looking pretty grateful. Thank you so much. I haven't been able to get any business done with those scary thugs around. What thugs? What line of business are you in anyway? What? The man suddenly went pale. Whoops. Gotta get going! He skittered off in alarm. Minorikawa was left to wonder what this guy's line of work actually was. But he had more important things to worry about at the moment. He hurried off in the other direction. Before long, he arrived back at Café Lautrec. The clock on the wall showed that it was close to 2 o'clock. He had to somehow fill 6 more pages before the loan company came to Heaven Publishing to collect. He booted up his laptop. What's with this coffee shop? Said a "What's with this coffee shop?" said a low, stern voice. "We got no good magazines here." Minorikawa looked up. An older man was complaining to one of the waitresses. It was the same guy who had been yelling at his daughter earlier. Evidently, he had been here at the cafe this whole time. "Haven't you got any magazines for me to read?" The man's face was a mask of irritation. Minorikawa glanced at the magazines in the rack. They were mostly geared towards a younger reader. The waitress shifted through the stacks and pulled something from the back. "Perhaps this would be to your liking, sir?" she said. She held an issue of 4-Star General Gossip. "Don't be ridiculous," the man spat dismissively. "This vulgar, low-grade filth. I wouldn't even use the paper it's printed on for compost." That was a harsh way to put it, but Minorikawa couldn't fault him for speaking the truth. The man continued grumbling as he went back to his seat. Minorikawa headed over to the magazine rack himself and picked up the gossip. He opened the front cover and found a scratch card still inserted within. If these things were still out there, it was bad news. Toyama might end up even further in debt. Bah! Minorikawa yanked the scratch card out and tore it to bits. "Sir, what are you doing?" The waitress rushed to stop him, only for the pieces to rain down on her like confetti. "The magazine itself is still perfectly readable," Minorikawa said. "There's no problem here." He strolled back to his seat and gazed at his laptop screen. It still hadn't finished booting up. In the meantime, he decided to give Chiaki a call. She picked up right away. "Hello?" Minorikawa asked. "Hi there, good to hear from you," Chiaki replied. "How's progress?" "I did it," Chiaki said, her voice overcome with emotion. "I managed to get people to hear me out." "Of course you did. You got your pointers from me." "Yes, I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Mino." Her mood had done a complete 180. Minorikawa allowed himself a little sigh of relief. "Okay then," he said. "Head back to the editing department and put together an article for me." "You got it, sir," Chiaki chirped in reply. "I'll email you as soon as I'm done with things on my end." I'll email you as soon as I'm done with things on my end, Minorikawa told her. "Just use a DPT to slot your piece into the right spot in the layout." "Sure thing." Minorikawa hung up and then rolled up his sleeves. And then fancily threw away his cigarette. He sure was towing a pretty narrow line today. The Burning Hammer event had kept him a little longer than anticipated. Now he needed to clean up his copy as soon as possible in order to stick to his schedule. When he turned back towards his laptop, however, he froze with shock. What? His laptop monitor was still a black, empty screen. There's no way it would take this long to finish booting up. Oh, it couldn't be. No, don't let it be true. Had his computer decided to pick now of all times to give up the ghost? Minorikawa felt the blood drain from his face. "Your copy's dead!" Either it needs a new battery or it just ran out of charge. Remember to keep those things plugged in. Alright, can we go now with Kano? Kano is now free to continue. Let's see. I guess we just continue with this one. Finally some movement. Getting out the cell phone. I guess let's continue this one. I guess that was it then. At long last, the traffic began to move again. Almost as soon as it did, however, Stanley had to slam on the brakes. "Oh, he comes here!" A frantic-looking man had jumped out in front of the car. "Whoa, hey, what the hell's wrong with you?" What the hell are you doing? I guess oh wait, it's Kano said. Whoa, hey, what the hell are you doing? Kano sputtered. The stranger plastered his face against the passenger side window. Oh. Open up! He shouted. Open the door! The guy showed every sign of total panic. The guy. Junichi Yanagashita. Something happened just after he parted ways with Minurikawa. And now he's running this way and in quite a panic at that. We have a jump? Oh, I guess the jump is to 1340. Oh, I see. Well, we don't need to jump anymore, so don't do it. Stanley warned. Kano hesitated. It wasn't like they could just drive off with his fellow clinging to the car. Oh my gosh, this guy is amazing. Please, you gotta help me! The man slipped his finger in through the gap in the window, trying to force it further open. Help me! Oh, hold on, what's your deal? Help me! Sir, just tell me what... Help me! Look up ahead. Stanley exclaimed suddenly. Kano whipped his head around. There, walking along the sidewalk ahead was Al-Karawan, very much not in custody. What the hell? Kano tried to jump out of the car, but the frantic stranger had gotten his upper body wedged in the window, and the door wouldn't open. Oh, so this is... Oh, okay, I see now. Stanley, his usual steely expression replaced with a look of shock, exited on the driver's side and went after Al-Kawaran himself. Kano shouted at the man in the window. Get out of my way! Stanley, wait. Alright, get in. Do we let him in? Stanley, wait! Stanley, wait! Kano called out. It didn't appear that Stanley had heard him, though. Kano tried to shake free and get out through the driver's side, but the guy still clung on for dear life. Seriously, knock it off! Then suddenly, the man was yanked back through the window from behind. Oh, I see. He still gets caught by the loan sharks. A pair of rough-looking men had grabbed him by his lower body. No! No! He screamed. I can't do 80 days hard labor! Somehow, he was still managing to cling to the car door. Just give it up and let go already, snarled one of the assailants. The pair shifted their grip and pulled even harder. Kano heard the sound of tearing fabric as the two toughs tumbled backward. And just like that, the crazed stranger was stripped down to his boxers. He let out a pathetic wail. Ah, man! The two toughs burst into uproarious laughter at the sight. Now's our chance, one of them managed to sputter. That pantsless man snatched up his ruined garment and bolted like a startled hare, to dart off incredibly quickly in the manner of fleeing rabbit. Yanagashita runs a lot more like a rat than a rabbit, though. This guy's making me cough. Still cackling madly, his two pursuers rushed after him. Kano was still staring dumbstruck at the spectacle when Stanley returned to the car. No luck. I lost track of him. This doesn't make sense, Kano said, forcing himself to refocus on the case. Al-Karan was taken back to the precinct. What's he doing walking free? Stanley gave him a dubious look. Have you seriously not figured it out? He asked. Or is it some kind of strange Japanese joke I'm not getting? What are you talking about? Kano replied. Do you know something I don't? Evidently I do. Your detective Tatano let him go on purpose. That's the only explanation. Huh. Enraged at the suggestion, Kano took a swing at him, but Stanley coolly caught his fist. It's not me you should be punching. the American warned. It's Tatano. So let's go see Tatano. Abashed, Kano radioed up Kuze on the wireless. Sir, did Detective Tatano bring Tariq Al-Karan into the precinct? It would appear that, Detective Tatano has gone rogue. Kuze replied with chagrin. He what? Surely Kano had misheard. We received an eyewitness account. Someone saw him allowing the suspect to go free. No, it can't be. We currently do not know Detective Tatano's whereabouts. Or just what the hell is going on with him. After Kano ended the call, Stanley let out a low chuckle. I see. Looks like you had a traitor in your midst. Kano grabbed him by the collar. Stanley snorted. What are you trying to pull here? Tell me what you know, Kano snapped. All I did was state the facts. Look, I watched that man risk his life to talk down a would-be arsonist. He's a dyed-in-the-wool detective. He'd never betray anybody. I see, Stanley murmured. Then he's the real deal. Kano stared in surprise. He'd expected an argument. Good, he said. I'm glad we're on the same page. No, wait. Good, he said. Yeah, okay, that's Kano talking. Tatano risked his life in order to get people to trust him. He's a dyed-in-the-wool spy, is what he is. Ah. Kano didn't have the words. His clenched fist trembling once more, he fumbled for his cell phone again. Wait, Tatano was in on this whole thing? He dialed Tatano's number. The phone rang 5 times but failed to connect. There has to be a reason for this, Kano muttered. Tatano must know something we don't. Really now? Stanley scoffed. And what makes you so sure of that? Because Detective Tatano was sure this kidnapping wasn't about the ransom. But how would he know? Kano's mind drifted back to 9 o'clock that morning. Ahead of their stakeout at the Scramble, he was walking with Tatano through the halls of Shibuya precinct. We're going to do a bang-up job out there, Detective Tatano, he chirped. Oh, that's Kano. He was maybe a bit too excited about getting to take part in such a major case. Tatano patted Kano on the back. You need to take a step back. You're not letting yourself see the forest for the trees. What do you mean, sir? What I mean is that this is no ordinary kidnapping. Tatano's words triggered a little revelation. You're talking about the location of the ransom handoff, aren't you? Kano said. It doesn't make sense for the criminals to pick such a major intersection. Warmer, Tatano replied. Kano frowned inwardly. He'd been so sure that was the answer. Have you thought about why they asked to have the sister make the handoff? Kano thought some more before answering. Because women are easier to deal with? He suggested. Colder. If that was the case, why not pick the mother? No. What worries me is the fact that the Osawa girls are twins. They're having us send someone to the handoff who looks identical to the girl they kidnapped. What's going to happen when we do that? What is going to happen, sir? Kano asked. I'm not sure yet, but I have a feeling the kidnapper's plan hinges on it. The two exited through the precinct's main entrance. Up ahead, rows of buildings stood tall against a backdrop of bright blue sky. Tatano let out quite a sigh. To think that so many terrible things are happening out there on such a beautiful day. Solve one case and another's waiting, he went on. As always. What is it about people that drives them to do such horrible things? A girl abducted out of pure greed. When I think of how her parents must feel, I almost can't bear it. They made their way towards the Scramble. Tatano continued talking in a quiet voice. My father was a raging alcoholic. The house was always a complete mess. He was loud, violent, never had money, always reeked of booze. My mother, she would cry and cry. I was afraid to come home. Every day, I stayed out playing as late as I could possibly manage. Kano could hear the pain in Tatsuno's voice. That life took so much of a toll on my mother. She died when I was still in grade school. And my father, he just got worse. I was there with him at the end, after he'd wasted away to almost nothing. Not the sort of childhood I ever wish on anybody. Sounds like you really went through a lot. Kano hated himself for uttering such an empty platitude, but he had no idea what else to say. Kano, as old as I am, I still don't really know what it is to be happy. I think that's probably because I've never known what it's like to have a happy family. Tatsuno sounded so forlorn. The only happiness I know how to protect is other people's happiness. Kano heard in those words the soul of a true detective. He might not actually been on it, but why did he let him go, I wonder? Probably put a bug on him? I wonder. I just hope you're ready. Kano did his best to keep his voice as calm and level as he could, lifting up his clenched fists. Because if I find that proof that Tatsuno is innocent, I'm planting this right into your jaw. Stanley just cracked a wry smile. To be continued? Not quite yet. The traffic had finally diminished, and they rapidly drew close to their destination. The syndicate's hangout was in Tomigaya, to the southwest of Yoyogi Park. The Black Lodge pub. The traffic had finally diminished at the Yoyogi Park. The ratty building looked like it might come crashing down any minute. The Black Lodge sign out front looked deliberately ominous. Okay, so this is where they were at the very beginning, if you didn't delay them getting there. But maybe things that happened there are now calmed down a bit. Kano knew the place as a bar frequented by expats from various countries, as well as a hotbed of criminal activity. I'll take point, Stanley said. You back me up. He pulled a handgun from his suit pocket. It was a compact Glock, a model frequently used by the FBI or CIA. Kano drew his own gun, and the two cautiously made their way inside. At the end of the hallway was a wooden door. Stanley signaled with his eyes. Kano gave a tiny nod, and Stanley kicked the door in. The stench of blood hit them as soon as they stepped inside. Kano let a startled gasp. There were nearly a dozen bodies sprawled out across the floor. He recognized them all. They were men who'd participated in the repeated attaché case handoffs. Each appeared to have been stabbed to death. Stanley took a closer look. The blood's not fully dried. These guys weren't killed that long ago. Kano quickly scanned the bar high and low, but there was no sign of a killer in hiding. There was no trace of Maria either. One of the fallen men let out a faint, strained groan. Hey, Kano called out, stay with us. He hunched down beside the wooden man. Uge. The brief gurgle rose from the man's throat. He was clearly struggling to say something, but his voice was too garbled, too indistinct for Kano to make out any coherent words. Kanan. What was that? But there was no more. The dying man went limp and still. But we saw Kanan in a different route. To be continued. Oh, there we go. Finally. That wasn't too bad of a puzzle this time around, at least not like the previous chapter. Okay, are we in the final chapter now, or is there more? Let's see. Next time on Shibuya Scramble. It doesn't look like we're ending anytime soon. Maybe another chapter after this. Holy crap, how long is this game? All right. We actually get a face reveal for Maria. That animation, what the heck? And I guess she also gets a necklace now to differentiate herself from the other person. So she's no longer Tama, she's Maria now. They should have kept the Tama name until you know, until they officially introduced her into the story as Maria. But she's Maria now, and let's see, I kind of want to go with her route, but I'm also kind of curious where Kano is going at the moment, so let's go with Kano, see what everyone is up to, and that might just take us up to the end of the stream here. But it seems like this is gonna wrap up in 1 or 2 chapters. Kanan? Kano muttered. What's Kanan? The stench of blood hung heavy in the basement bar. Stanley was silent, staring at the criminal's corpse. Hey, do you know anything about this? Kano asked. Still, Stanley gave no response. The silent treatment again, huh? Kano huffed. The American glanced at him gravely. In all likelihood, the one who did this was acting alone. Alone? Against as many other people? Who on earth? There's no need for you to know. Cut the crap, Kano snapped. He grabbed Stanley by the collar again. If there's someone involved in this case who's capable of something like this, I need to know about it. How am I supposed to do my job if you keep me in the dark? Stanley remained stone-faced. Look, I'm not afraid of the risk, Kano said, and I'll be a lot more effective if you at least fill me in on the basics here. The more you know, the sooner you'll wind up dead. Kano tightened his grip. But it's okay if I wind up dead while I'm still in the dark, huh? Fine, Stanley said. I'll answer your first question. He brushed Kano's arm aside. Kanan is the name of the covert operative from the Middle East. Covert operative? In simple terms, a type of spy that infiltrates hostile territory to carry out various clandestine activities. Okay, well, didn't really need that explanation. I believe she's the one who killed these people here. The Middle East? Covert operative? Kano hadn't expected spycraft to be involved with this. Yes, she's an assassin and a cryptanalysis specialist. Cryptanalysis? Do you recall the mass jailbreak from Abu Ghraib prison a while back? Prison in Iraq, west of Baghdad, under the Hussein government. Oh, well, we going back that far? It was an intermittent facility for political prisoners, but following the Iraq War, it was used by the US Army to house prisoners of war. In April of 2004, photographs of detainees being tortured by US soldiers were released, causing a massive scandal. President Bush later made the decision to have the facility demolished. I see, we're using a little bit of history here. Kanan was the one who provided the intel the escapees used to get out. Kano was at a loss for words. At a loss for words, the case was suddenly starting to seem like a whole lot more sinister. Whoever this Kanan was, she had apparently killed nearly a dozen people with only a knife. She was clearly no one to trifle with. Just what kind of individual were they dealing with here? he could scarcely imagine. Once again, Kano surveyed the crime scene. Each of the murder criminals had his throat slit. From the look of the deep, clean cuts, the killer hadn't hesitated in the slightest. Okay, so then what connection does this Kanan have with the mastermind behind this kidnapping? If Kanan killed all of the foreign syndicate members in this bar, did that mean she and the person behind the kidnapping were enemies? Or perhaps she and the kidnapper were working in concert, and she carried out these slayings as part of some plan to get rid of some loose ends? I believe I said I'd answer one question. Turning away, Stanley picked up a file from atop a nearby table. Apparently, he wasn't in the sharing mood. Realizing that further questions would be pointless, Kano peered sidelong at the file as Stanley opened it. Inside was a detailed map of Shibuya. There were various routes marked with arrows and times. I guess these are drop-off points? Ohashi, Aodabai, Komaba, University of Tokyo. Man, I haven't seen an old school map of Japan or anywhere in a long time. Motoyoyogicho. Oh, that's a fun name to say. That's the plan for the ransom relay. Kana was so excited he blurted his thoughts out loud. It appeared that the ultimate goal for the ransom was a condominium. The address was at the time 1420, and the time 1420 were written in red ink. Kana put an immediate call to the investigation task force to relay this information. The final destination is Ground Hill 405 and Hiro 534, Shibuya. Okay, we haven't hit 428 yet. Hello, welcome. Alright, Kuze told him. We'll look into who owns the condo in question. You and Stanley head over there now. I'm sending backup to go in with you. You have authorization to apprehend the suspect. Finally hearing the order that he'd so long been waiting for, Kano felt a spark of determination flare inside him. Alright, let's go, he said, some of his excitement slipping into his voice. Stanley, still solemn, closed the file and followed him out of the bar. I guess Stanley's just along for the ride now? I wonder. Well, I guess he still wants to see what's happening here. Stanley drove along Inokashira Dori towards Hiro, where the finish line for the ransom relay was located. His demeanor was cold and brooding, in sharp contrast with Kano's gung-ho readiness. He seemed lost in some deep and cheerless thought. Design Labo. I think I've seen that shot before. Kuze's voice came in over the wireless as the car came out onto Meiji-dori. We've identified the owner of the condominium. It's... Kano held his breath in anticipation. The name Kuze spoke caught him by surprise entirely. Oh, freaking keep out this early? Okay, fine. I guess we'll have to go with someone else's route now. Did we go serious route or not? I want to do Osawa last, just because his route's like the weirdest. I think the most related to this might be Achi, so let's go with Achi and see what he's up to. Last time we saw him, he met with someone unknown. You must be Hitomi. The girl called Kanan spoke fairly fluent Japanese. Oh, she's Nihongo Josu too. Hitomi nodded in response. Yes, that's me. And you're Kanan, right? How do you know that name, Hitomi? How did you know my name? Did Maria tell you? Yes. She told me about this amazing girl from overseas she made friends with. A thin smile crossed Kanan's lips at the word amazing. Then her look grew sad. Poor Maria. It's my fault that she was abducted. What? Achi and Hitomi gasped in unison. That's why I had to rescue her, Kanan added. Oh, Oh, she's here for Maria? Hold on a second, Hitomi said. What do you mean it's your fault? Oh, this is Kanan. Okay, I got you. Kanan replied by jerking her chin in the direction of the main road. Better head that way, she said softly. Someone's coming. But Hitomi didn't back down. Please tell me, where was my sister kidnapped? See, who's chasing them? I can't even tell. Several sets of footsteps echoed down the alley. They could see figures approaching now. By the looks of them, accomplices of the man Kanan had taken down earlier. You two get out of here, she warned. I'll handle this. She stepped out in front of Achi and Hitomi, moving with such confidence that they didn't doubt she could handle the threat. Ominous tattoo. Come to the Gigo building at 3 o'clock. I didn't realize Gigo was a thing even back in that time. There used to be a bunch of, what do you call this? Sega arcades that are now gone and been taken over by Gigo. Gigo. I didn't realize that was a thing back then. She added quietly, never taking her eyes off the advancing syndicate members. Huh? Hitomi squeaked. I'll explain everything then. The criminals broke into a run. Come on, Hitomi, let's go. Achi hissed. He took her by the hand and bolted from the alleyway. Surprised she could run in a skirt and, well, I guess she had flat shoes, so she's okay. Well, she's been running this entire time anyway. Yeah, it's fairly flat shoes. The two didn't slow their pace until they'd put plenty of distance between themselves and the alleyway. Kanan said this was her fault. What could she have meant by that? The hard run hadn't made Hitomi forget the other girl's startling suggestion. Well, she said she'll meet up with us again later, Achi said. We can ask her more about that then. In the meantime... An ache in his belly had made Achi realize he'd been running all day and hadn't eaten since morning. People on a diet need to be careful about skipping meals. Going too long without proper nourishment can cause the body to store up its energy reserves, leading to weight gain instead of weight loss. Proper eating habits and proper exercise are key. Okay, eat regularly. Got you. Maybe it's not the best timing, but do you want to get some food? I'll be okay. Hitomi's face was racked with emotion. It's only natural, Achi thought. Not only was she afraid for her sister's life, but there were all these people out to kill her too. And with this Kanan girl suddenly showing up, the situation was more confusing than ever. Still, they might as well address the few problems they could control. There was a fast food joint nearby. Let's go in there, Hachi said. You might not be hungry, but you should still make sure you stay hydrated. Hitomi shook her head. But her wan face? What the heck is a wan face? Her wan face practically radiated exhaustion. Come on, we should rest up a little. But there's no rush. If we're going to meet up with Kanan later, it's probably best if we don't just wander aimlessly until then. Never know who we might run into. I guess you're right. The two went into the fast food restaurant together. Sweden? I have never seen a freaking Sweden in my entire life. What the heck is a Sweden? Welcome, said the girl at the register with a bright smile. May I take your order? Wait, I'll have the spaghetti with meat sauce. How about you, Hitomi? Spaghetti with a sauce made from tomatoes and ground meat, also known as spaghetti bolognese. If you want to sound more Italian, like Napolitan spaghetti, flavored with ketchup. What? Oh, Napolitan is flavored with ketchup. I was thinking, wait, did they actually use ketchup for Japanese bolognese? I mean, if you had to in a pinch, sure, why not? But okay, it is a perennial favorite of Japanese children. Frozen packages at the supermarket for around 200 yen a pop make for a simple and decently tasty microwavable meal that's also easy on the wallet. I'll just have an iced tea. Hey now, you should probably eat at least a little something. Okay, then I'll have a strawberry parfait. A dessert of strawberries, topped with ice cream and whipped cream. He told me he has been so worried about her sister that she hadn't eaten anything since last night. Yeah, you probably might want to eat something. But being with Achi has calmed her nerves a little, and her appetite has returned. Perhaps her reflexive order of a strawberry parfait is a sign that she's not only hungry, but also still a little girl with a sweet tooth at heart? I don't know if that actually means anything, but okay. She sounded a little embarrassed to be ordering a dessert. So yeah, Achi said. One spaghetti and meat sauce and a strawberry parfait, please. Coming right up. The cashier promptly assembled their meal and set it out on a tray. We've got a special contest going on right now, she said. Please check it out if you're interested. Special contest, all you can eat. The girl handed Achi a flyer. It read, Iron Stomach Eating Contest. Eat 1,000 scoops of ice cream and win 10 million yen. If they eat this ice cream, is it gonna screw them over later? Probably, but I still kind of want to see the contest. A competitive eating event held by this establishment. Backed by Sun TV, the competition has been shared with the entire country over the internet. Many contestants have entered for a shot at the 10 million yen prize, but so far, no one has been able to complete the eating challenge. Due to the large number of competitors who suffer from gastrointestinal distress as a result of their efforts, roughly 30 portable toilets have been set up outside the restaurant. 1,000 scoops of ice cream. I think if Cheery is around, she would definitely be able to do this 100%. What the heck? Achi stared at the flyer as he took a seat at an open table. 1,000 scoops? That's impossible! You haven't seen Cheery. Anyway, let's hurry up and eat. As Achi stuffed his face with spaghetti, he thought back to their encounter with Kanan. The girl helped them out, sure, but could they really trust her completely? It might be dangerous to meet up with her again. Still, he told me he needed to know more about what had happened to Maria. And Kanan obviously knew something about that. It looked like they need to take that risk. My sister's really amazing. Huh? Right, spaghetti in mouth. He told me his quiet words drew Achi from his ruminations. He paused with a forkful of spaghetti halfway to his mouth. My sister made Kanan while she was on a trip to the Middle East with my father. He told me nibbled at her parfait, looking lonesome. Cool, but how does that in particular make your sister amazing? It's typical of her, is all. She's so dynamic and gung-ho about things. He told me to explain, her gaze turned inward. It was just my father and sister who took that trip to the Middle East. I didn't go with them. I guess my mental image of that part of the world is mostly that it's really dangerous. To me, going there seemed like a huge risk, but Maria didn't see it that way. Your sister sounds like a bit like a loose cannon. But if you can't bring yourself to take risks, to do things, Hitomi continued, you can't meet new people and have new experiences. That's the part I always get hung up on, the risk. I'd never be able to make a friend like Kanan. Achi's mind wandered as he listened to Hitomi talk. She and her sister might be twins, but each of them are still unique. What kind of person was Hitomi's sister? Just wanted to sit there and listen to her voice. She has a bit of a self-esteem issue. I think we should cheer her up a little bit. Both of them are unique. She and her sister might be twins, but each of them was still unique. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there, he said. He held up a hand to cut her off. Huh? Hitomi's eyes went wide. Why are you comparing yourself to your sister? I mean, I don't know what it's like to have a twin, but can't you just be yourself? Professor Palmer said the same thing. Huh? Ashi didn't recognize the name. Oh, sorry, Leland Palmer. He's my university English professor. He's given me advice on a whole bunch of things. It sounded rather intimate. All sorts of worrying images shot through Achi's mind, yet again. So, how old is this teacher of yours? Huh? Around 40 or so, I guess? Great. Achi thought to himself, another middle-aged guy. What? Ah, come on, Achi. His mind filled with another sequence of slightly more upsetting images. What the heck? Oh, I guess people from school? Oh, hey, ain't that Hitomi Osawa? Oh, wow, you're right, it totally is. The college-aged couple sitting behind them were talking in a hushed, excited tones. Man, she really is a cutie! The young man observed. He made no attempt to hide the fact he was looking Hitomi over. Hey, hold on, Masa, said the girl. What gives? First-year student at Midoriyama Academy who works part-time as a delivery driver for Dogenut, a noodle shop on Dogenzaka. He's taken the day off today in order to attempt a dry run of the Iron Stomach eating competition, hoping to strike it rich while his girlfriend looks on. But now that he's eaten 2 parfaits, his stomach isn't feeling well. And he's just gotten back from his 5th trip to the toilet. Wow, that's kind of embarrassing. Also, you're the guy who quit on the old lady at that restaurant? Wow, seriously? Well, I mean, she is Miss Midoriyama, right? Miss Midoriyama? Achi turned to the couple. Hey, did you say she's Miss Midoriyama? Achi said nothing. Kept his ears tuned. Achi did his best to ignore the couple. Whatever they were talking about couldn't be that important. Kept his ears, I guess, pay attention? Can't be that important, nah. What did that even matter? Achi decided to ignore the couple. Okay, but no. He was just too curious. But no, you must. Achi turned back to Hitomi, somehow still smiling. Is that true? He asked, peering intently at her face. Well, yeah. She nodded with an awkward smile. Well, I mean, you are really cute and all, Achi said. Miss Midoriyama? Well, I'll be. He nodded to himself as he took it all in. It was Professor Palmer who convinced me to enter the beauty contest, actually. The Miss Midoriyama contest at Midoriyama Academy is considered one of the top student beauty pageants in Japan. Pin-up shots of both Hitomi and Maria have already graced the pages of several magazines. Talent agencies have also made attempts to scout them, but both girls declined, claiming that they entered the contest just for the memories and that they have no interest in show business. Huh. Achi's smile twisted up a little. He said if I really wanted to change myself, I should try entering. Achi maintained his outward composure, but inside his heart was racing. Tanaka and Palmer, which of them held Hitomi's true affections? I don't think it's like that. Or was she possibly leading on 2 middle-aged men at the same time? The more he thought about it, the worse his delusions became. What actually happened though is my sister and I both won the prize. Hitomi's words snapped him out of his funk. She sounded disappointed. Huh? They gave out a double prize? Turns out my sister had entered the competition too. She smiled a self-deprecating smile. Guess twins really do think alike, huh? Hey, double schmumble, you still won a prize, right? That's pretty impressive. Nah, they just picked me as an afterthought to my sister, because twins sharing the prize made for a good headline. She looked away, sadly. Did they say they picked you as an afterthought? They didn't have to. It was obvious that my sister really won. You can't know that. Maybe she was the afterthought. Come on, you need to believe in yourself. Hitomi just hung her head. But I'm such a terrible person. Keep in mind, while he's staring like this, he's got spaghetti sauce around his mouth. So it's a little... So it looks solemn until you realize that. Suddenly, her eyes welled up with tears. I hate myself so much. I can never forgive myself for what I did. Hey, whoa. Achi watched her with trepidation. She looked like she might start bawling at any moment. What's the matter? The night my sister was kidnapped, I was supposed to go to a college party with her. But then all of a sudden, she told me not to go. I kept asking her why not, but she kept insisting I couldn't. Hitomi's face was bleak with regret. We both got mad and I wound up blowing up at her. Okay, I get it. I don't need to go to the party. Fine. I'd just be your little tag-along anyway. Just like in that beauty contest, you couldn't just let me enter that by myself, could you? You always have to be the center of attention. So this is Maria? Okay, this is Maria. Maria scowled. Fine. The party starts at 7 o'clock. Try not to forget, okay? Wonder what that's about. I was kicking myself as soon as I told her off. My sister isn't the sort of person to tell me what to do or not to do. She must have had a reason for not me wanting to go. I was planning on apologizing to her after the party. But then she was abducted, right? Achi polished off the last of his spaghetti. It looks like it's still there. He set down his fork, then wiped his mouth. He told me, I get why you're trying so hard to save your sister, he said. Oh. And maybe I'm not as tough as that Kanan girl, but I'll stick with you to the end, if you'll let me. He tried his best to convey an optimism he didn't really feel. And once we found her and she's safe and sound, you can tell her you're sorry about what you said. At long last, Hitomi cracked a smile. Ah, that was, I guess, sweet. Sega! But I thought we were going to the Gigo Tower. It says Sega up here. What? It says Sega. Why does it say Gigo? Huh? A short while later, the two arrived outside the Gigo building. They were a little early for their 3 o'clock meetup with Kanan. They had decided that searching at random for the blue minivan was too risky. It could easily draw the attention of the man with a cane or the foreign kidnappers. Greeting information from Kanan seemed like the best next move. Getting information, not greeting. Where did I get greeting from? Oh hey, Achi said as they waited. You've got a little rip in your top. Hitomi glanced at her shoulder and saw the tear in the fabric. Oh, you're right. When did that happen, I wonder? Well, they were running around. Must have snagged it on something while we were running, I guess. We got some time before Kanan gets here. Do you want to buy some new clothes? Huh? Huh? Are you sure that's a good idea? We'll stick out if we just stand around here waiting. May as well head inside until it's time. Since many celebrities did their shopping at Gigo, there were back entrances for times when the place was crowded. Everyone who frequented the old shopping district knew about them, including Achi and Hitomi. In a pinch, one of those back entrances could be an escape route. With this in mind, the two headed inside. Clothes shopping. At an arcade? Shibuya Gigo was an entertainment complex featuring a video arcade and fashion shops. At the time of the story, Gigo includes not only a fashion mall, but various amusements on its different levels. The second floor features all ages fun with rides, games, and sticker machines, while the third floor sports the latest arcade games with a core gamer. There's also a food court that offers things such as crepes and loaded takoyaki octopus dough balls. But where is Sega? It says Sega everywhere. What the heck do you mean Gigo? I'm so confused. The ground floor and 2 basement levels of the building were designed as an amusement area outfitted with skee ball, hall cranes, fighting games, and the like. The second floor held a mix of photo booths and ladies' wear shops. On the third floor were specialty fashion boutiques, and on the fourth were restaurants. Achi and Hitomi took the escalator to the second floor. Hitomi started heading for the shops, but Achi stopped her. Hey, wait up! What's the matter? Oh, it does say Shibuya Gigo on the sign here. But there's multiple Sega stuff around the building. Huh. Interesting. I'm gonna have to look this up later. A dude hanging around a women's clothing store is gonna stand out. Oh. I'll wait for you here. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Okay, I got confused on who was actually talking. There seemed to be nobody but female customers around. If the man with a cane or kidnappers appeared, Achi figured he would spot them right away. It should be safe for Hitomi to shop on her own for a short while. Alright, Hitomi said. I'll try to make this quick. She began to head onto the sales floor. Hey, what the heck are you doing? What is he doing here? Phew! A seedy-looking man poked out from beneath the door of a photo booth right at Hitomi's feet. That was a close one, wasn't it, Tama? She said to her. I thought I was dead meat for sure. Oh no! He mistook Hitomi for her sister. Right, because Tama is Maria. Oh, okay. His tone was oddly cheerful considering what he was saying. Who's this guy? Achi asked. You know him? No, I don't. The sketchy fellow gave her an ingratiating look. Come on, Tama, don't be like that. Hitomi took an anxious step back. Hey man, knock it off. Achi dragged the guy up to his feet. Okay, no need to get all testy. Who's this guy, Tama? Who's this guy? Oh, he's weak. Okay, don't get all testy. Who's this guy, Tama? He your boyfriend? Boyfriend? That might be one way to get rid of him. That's right, so how about you get lost? Bashful grin spread across Achi's face. I guess? Achi didn't want to give the wrong impression. No, it's nothing like that. Nothing like that. Maybe let's say nothing like that. I mean, we don't want to make Hitomi, awkward right now. No, it's nothing like that, Hitomi said. Achi was going to be upfront about it, but she beat him to the punch. Somehow, that kind of stung. A little. What? So you're not her boyfriend? The guy flashed a broad grin. Hey, listen you creep. Who the hell are you? Oh, me? The man's face suddenly blanched. Oh crap! Tama, hold on to this for a bit, will you? The weirdo shoved a worn-out magazine into Hitomi's hand, then bolted off in a panic. The heck was that all about? Oh, the loan shark's in the back, that's why! Yeah, I wonder why he ran off like that. Achi and Hitomi stared at one another. Well, anyway, Achi said, there are a lot of nut jobs out there, so just be careful, yeah? Okay, if anything happens, I'll give you a shout. Hitomi flashed him an impish smile, then scampered off to the sales floor. As he watched her go, Achi muttered to himself, damn it, why does she have to be so cute? I'm guessing, the other guy, Yangashita, did a scratch off and like, oh hey, big money, and like gave it to Hitomi to keep. And since there's a guy on a girl's floor, everyone's taking pictures at him and staring at him weirdly. This does happen though, this actually does happen. 5 minutes or more had passed as Achi waited for Hitomi. He stood by the escalator almost as if he were keeping guard. Female shoppers began to give him icy stares for being somewhere he probably shouldn't. This sucks. Come on, Hitomi. Hurry up and get back here. The longer he waited, the more uncomfortable he felt. How long was she going to take? When he happened to turn around to see Hitomi riding the escalator up, because that is not Hitomi. That's actually Maria this time. Oh no, we gotta go to Tama's road after this. It looked like she had indeed bought some new clothes. Hey, Hitomi! She didn't seem to hear him. He decided to shout a bit louder. Decided to go after her. Go after, shout. I guess shout? He decided to shout a bit louder. Hey, come on, wait up! Hitomi stole a quick look back at him, and now with the twin shenanigans are coming into play. Well, no, it came to play a little bit earlier, but still. Now we're actually doing twin shenanigans here. Where are you going? He called. It's not safe for us to get too separated. Yet still, she continued her flight towards the upper floors. Did she not realize it was him or something? Achi hurried in pursuit. Achi followed her, but by the time he reached the top, she was out of sight. This was the restaurant floor, so it was more open than the other levels. A floor designated solely for eateries. Typically, this is the topmost floor of a mall building like Yigo. Those who head up here during morning hours will likely find the place deserted. Yigo's restaurant floor features a variety of different cuisines, including Chinese, Italian, creative Japanese food, sushi, tempura, and other delicacies from around the world. Who's this guy? He hurriedly began to look around. As he wandered, he bumped into a man talking on his cell phone. Sorry, my bad. Achi held up a hand in apology, but the man was too engrossed in his conversation to notice. No, you're not getting it. The lock was undone too. The man startled Achi by suddenly shouting into his phone. Is that Tanaka? You need to consider the risk of getting out. Whatever this guy was talking about, he sure was angry with whoever was on the other end. Look, I'll figure out what to do about the minivan. You just handle things on your end. Minivan? Achi's interest was piqued, but he needed to find Hitomi before he let anything distract him. This gotta be Tanaka. Chinese restaurant. Wow, big spread. He scoured the 4th floor. He came across a Chinese buffet and noticed the large windows in its outer walls. You could see a lot of Shibuya through those windows. Maybe Hitomi decided to look for the minivan from up here? One of the restaurant employees came rushing up as Achi headed inside. Sir, I'm sorry, she said. Oh, why is she crying? Sir, you'll have to forgive the inconvenience. We're not open for the, public right now. Not at the moment, I mean. The employee's voice was oddly subdued for some reason. Wait, why are we getting a close-up on fingernails here? Masai Taiki, a part-time staffer at Imabaki Chinese restaurant. Her boss chewed her out pretty bad for showing up at work with her nails manicured black. She was ordered to go to the restroom and scrub them clean, but no amount of nail polish remover was able to do the trick. And so she's been dealing with her boss's wrath all day. Oh, I see. But why did we get a creepy... Why did we get a creepy movie on the side with spotty black fingernails? The heck? Why not? Achi asked. Well, you see, one of our other customers ate all of our food. Ew, freaking A. Is it Cheery? They ate all of it? Holy crap! Cheery is here yet again. Okay. Appetite aside on how she could eat so much. How could she afford to eat so much? That's got to be expensive, unless it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. And if it's an all-you-can-eat buffet, well, sad for the people actually running the buffet, you know? Looking around, Achi saw a chubby young woman camped out at a table by one of the windows. Set out before her was a veritable mountain of plates. What I'm trying to say, sir, is that we're, closed for the rest of the day. Oh, but I'm with her, actually, Achi lied. Without waiting for a reply, he barged into the restaurant. He took a quick look with Chiri just doing her thing. Okay. She leaves the peas alone, it seems. She ate pretty much almost every other vegetable except for the peas. He took a quick look around, but there was no sign of Hitomi. Before leaving, though, he figured he'd at least take a look out at the window. The huge glass panes looked out onto Dogenzaka. He had a decent view of the roads, but he didn't spot a blue minivan. Achi dropped his gaze to the sidewalk outside the building. Oh, but there's these guys, though. Oh. He let out a tiny gasp. Even from 4 stories up, there was no mistaking what he saw. A group of black-clad foreign men had gathered outside the building. Had they figured out that he and Hitomi were inside? He needed to find her, and fast. He raced out of the restaurant, alert for trouble. And Chiri may have noticed. Okay, well, we gotta keep out here. I'm wondering if we had any bad decisions before this. I feel like we didn't really hit a bad end, so maybe not. Let's see. Well, there's 2 split points, which I assume 3 split points. 4 split points. No, 3. 2? 2, 3. 3 split points that seem like it might affect some other routes. Anyway, we did see Maria, and we saw Tanaka. And it seems like Minorikawa is just kind of doing his thing elsewhere. So let's check up on Maria really quick, who previously known as Tama, and see what she is doing in the Gigo building. I am so not used to this anymore. I'm so used to you in your fursuit. Why are you out of the fursuit? Because she had to be eventually. The sales clerk continued to stare at me. You know, you look really familiar, he says. Huh? Really? I perk up at that. Maybe I can find out something about who I am. Oh, he's there on the side. I'm kind of covering him. Let me see. Maybe I should scooch up just a tiny bit. I'll scooch just a teeny bit right here. He's got an amazing face, so he needs to be seen. Yeah, you look totally like some pop singer or TV personality. I just can't remember who. Oh, that's what you meant. My shoulders slump in disappointment. Look, if you're trying to flatter me, how about a discount on the necklace? Sure, okay. I mean, it's just something I picked up off the side of the... The sales clerk stammers for a moment. Okay, how about I take off 10,000? 30,000 is yours. You mean it? That perks me right back up. Guess I'm easy to please. Get your mind out of the gutter. That's not what she means, and you know it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Sure. You look like you might need to buy some new clothes, too. He points to my sweater. Oh, it's ripped. There's a tiny tear in the left shoulder. So, what do you do? What to do about the cat? What do you want to do about the cat? The sales clerk adds. Want me to dispose of it for you? He gestures at my costume with his jaw. Alright, what should I do? I feel a little guilty about asking him to go out of his way for me for more than he already has. Obviously, he wants to help me. May as well have him get rid of the costume too. I don't know if it would be better for her to keep the costume, because if she gets rid of it, we could probably get into another situation where the guy with the cane is also gonna get this again. Maybe she should deal with it herself. I feel a little guilty about having him to go out of his way for me more than he already has. Maybe I should deal with it myself. He looks a bit disappointed when I tell him that. Disappointed, maybe he was gonna sell it off again. I buy the necklace for 30,000 yen and leave the knick-knack shop, hauling the costume with me. That is a ridiculously overpriced necklace. Oh, that is a sight. Carrying the fursuit with her down the street. Yeah, no one's gonna notice that. But as I walk along, I start regretting my decision. I can't seem to find a good place to throw the cat outfit away. Finally, I spot a convenience store that looks like it'll do just fine. One of the employees is out front, cleaning out the trash can. Several large garbage bags line the side of the road. Perfect. Maybe I can have him toss out the costume along with everything else. Excuse me. So I've got this old cat suit here. I figure it can't hurt to ask. Yeah, I know. The shop boy takes a costume from me. Taku Okado, 22-year-old, getting by on part-time employment. Recently, after a number of employees quit in rapid succession, the owner hurriedly took on several new hires. But for some reason, instead of everyone chipping in on cleaning, Okado always winds up stuck doing it. And also, Achi gave him his trash earlier, so there was also that. You're here to throw this thing out. I got it. He sounds wholly unsurprised. He accepts it so blithely that I actually feel bad. It's been like this all morning, he says. I don't even care anymore. Just throw away what you need and be on your way, I guess. It's been like that. It's been like what all morning? I'm out here cleaning and people keep dumping trash on me. First it was this couple that up and threw a garbage bag at me. Achi and Hitomi Osawa. The two have just run into a girl called Kanan, right? After that, some homeless looking guy came by, took all of his clothes off and left. Homeless looking guy? Oh! Sasayama really also dropped? Detective Yuji Sasayama from the Shibuya precinct. At the moment, Sasayama is searching for a costume for his next disguise. You know what? Maybe we should have given it to the other guy. But this is also okay. Let's see if it does anything. Like just how some chubby girl tossed out some empty cardboard boxes and a bunch of empty bottles. That must have been Cheery. She was probably drinking the burning hammer while she walked along. So when you came by just now with this thing, I knew right away. Yep, this again. I'm sorry. It's alright. 3 times, 4 times, what's the difference? He flashes a bright smile, but it's clearly insincere. Then he looks at me more closely. Huh. Aren't you the girlfriend of the dude who threw the bag of garbage at me? What? Nope, not me. Huh. Guess I'm misremembering then. Well, anyway, thanks for your help with this. I give the guy a bow. A few minutes later, near the station, I spot a sort of mall. Checking the directory by the entrance, I see that it's got several clothing shops and an arcade inside. They probably sell shirts in there. I hurry on inside. I wonder if Hitomi and her are gonna meet up. Then the interior of the building is like a twisting maze of corridors, all of them overflowing with people. I take the escalator to the 2nd floor and find myself amidst rows of arcade games. I was trying to get to the fashion area, but must have gone the wrong way. Excuse me. You haven't seen a lost little girl, have you? I turn to see a miserable-looking, middle-aged man peering at me anxiously. He's still on the run. Teryu Toyama. He got separated from his daughter Hana while running from debt collectors. He's on edge, worried that the men who are after him might take on a hostage. Have you seen her? A little girl, about 10 years old? A girl around 10? Have I seen her? What's her name? Hana. Hana Toyama. Hana. Oh, that's a pretty name. So, she's about yay tall? The band launches into a rapid-fire explanation describing the girl's features, hair, and clothes. I got separated from her around Sentry Guy. She likes this place, so I thought maybe she'd come here. Sentry Guy? That's right, now I remember. There's the guy I bumped into earlier in the afternoon while I was racing around in the cat costume. He got separated from his daughter? Yikes. If she did come here, it's not going to be easy to find her in the midst of these crowds. Are you sure she didn't go back home? I asked. Well, there's this problem, he mutters. Going home isn't an option. Well, that's not really an explanation. Sorry to bother you. I'll look around a bit more. With that, Hana's father disappears into the crowd. I leave the arcade and head for the fashion area. I bump into Mr. Yanagashita in the hallway lined with photo booths. Oh, I see. Huh? Boss? What's he doing in a place like this? Oh, Tama! You're out of the suit! For some reason, he's got a bunch of magazines strewn across the floor. Yeah, finally managed to get it off. It's good. I wish you could have been at the sales demo with your face, without your face hidden away. What are you doing? You mentioned something about a creek earlier. Are you going on a trip? Yeah, I was, but I remember something important. I get motion sickness, something fierce. He sounds kind of proud of himself. So yeah, no trips for me. Heck, I don't even want to think about that now. What about the money you owe? I asked, curious. Well, as it happens, I think I may have found my solution. He brings a hand to his mouth and giggles. Scratch cards, right here. I found a great way to make a killing. To earn a lot of money, usually in a very short time, and or with little effort. The phrase originated in the 19th century in reference to hunters who were paid based on the number of kills they made. He opens the magazine. He's holding to reveal a scratch card with a potential 100,000 yen prize. You just gotta scratch off one of these to win 10,000 yen, 100,000 yen. All I need is 30 of them and my debt's squared away. Each magazine I can nab is more money for me. Despite his enthusiasm, his story doesn't quite add up. Are those scratch cards guaranteed to win? No, of course not. It's a lottery or sort of thing. Well, then having 30 copies of the magazine is hardly a foolproof solution. Quite the opposite, in fact, if I hold my tongue. So there's the look she gives every time she has to, like, rebut someone. Okay then, now that my goddess of fortune Tama is here, let me hurry and scratch these suckers off. Yanagashita begins fervently scratching away at the first card with a coin. Ah, this one's a loser! Maybe the next one? Nope, that's a loser too. Damn it! So this one, nope, this one? In a spectacular display, he scratches off one losing card after another. I guess he hasn't heard the trick yet. Soon he's down to just one last magazine. You're not a very lucky person, are you? Oh, please don't say that. Mr. Yanagashita looks like he's on the verge of tears. I stare at one of the losing scratch cards. You know, if you could just see the symbols for the card, you'd win for sure, I say jokingly. I hold the card up to the light. When I do, I really can see the symbols to the card. Boss, I think I might have just... Shh! He interrupts me before I can share my shocking discovery. I look at it in surprise. Mr. Yanagashita has gone all pale. Quiet, Tama. Those guys are here. He shoves me in a photo booth. Those guys? The debt collectors, he hisses. They just do not give up. He clutches the sides of his head. Peeking out of the booth, I spot a pair of men who look pretty rough around the edges. Is it those two? Shh! Not so loud! The men are looking around and they're getting closer and closer. What should I do? Oh, what do I do? Mr. Yamashita starts getting panicky. Tama, what do I do? I have no idea. Oh, this is not good. This is not good. Mr. Yamashita whimpers. Getting involved with those thugs strikes me as a bad idea. I pretend not to know Yamashita and run off. This guy gave me a job, so I kind of owe him. I look around for a better place for the two of us to hide. I guess look for a better place to hide. This guy gave me a job, so I kind of owe him. I look around for a better place for the two of us to hide. Unfortunately, I don't really see anywhere that might work. We might be safest staying right where we are. Just stay nice and still and we'll be fine, I whisper. Yeah, you're probably right. The curtain is drawn, so people can't see inside, but just to keep up appearances, we start taking photos as if we're normal customers. I really hope they don't look in here, Mr. Yamashita murmurs. What will we do if they find us? They won't, just don't worry. Despite my reassurances, it was a while before he stopped trembling. When he said, "You know, Tama, they say that when a man and a woman meet under unusual circumstances, it's easy for them to fall in love." Uh-huh, do they now? They do. Going through an extreme situation together makes you fall for each other. So, wanna go get married? No way. Yeah, I am not having this conversation. Anyway, I think they're gone now. The debt collectors, I mean. Mr. Yamashita peeks out and quickly scans the surrounding area. They're gone? They're gone! So long, losers! His fear has given way to the burst of manic energy. Guess I'm in the clear now. Thanks, Tama. Come on, let's go take some commemorative photos. Huh? To commemorate what exactly? Come on, it'll be fun. Okay, big smile now. Ready? Cheese! The boss! Give me some money! Afro life. Cheese, butter, margarine. Okay. After that, I part ways with Mr. Yamashita and head to a different floor. I don't tell him about being able to see through the scratch cards. The guy really ought to develop a proper work ethic. Wow. She's kind of ruthless. I mean, she's always been ruthless, but she's even more ruthless now. Hey, come on, wait up! I'm on the escalator to the 3rd floor when I hear someone shouting. I figure it's someone yelling to their kid, but when I turn to look, I see a young man I don't recognize staring right at me. Where are you going? It's not safe for us to go too separated. What? Who's this weirdo? Is this some new pickup trick or something? I rush up the escalator to get away from the guy. Why are you putting your hand on the stomach right there? That seems a little sus. When I get to the restaurant section on the 4th floor, I'm hit with a sudden pang of hunger. Okay. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten anything all day. I'm so hungry. I mutter to myself as I walk around. What should I eat? Then I spot Chiri coming out of a Chinese restaurant. Hey, Chiri! She turns to look at me confused. Yeah, she's never seen her out of the costume before. Who are you? Oh, it's me. It's Tama. Ah, I thought I recognized that voice. She replies with a nod. Did you eat again? I ask. Well, yeah, but then they kicked me out. Isn't that just terrible? She looks pretty displeased. I came here because they said it was an all-you-can-eat buffet. And then they closed up shop because they ran out of food. Wow, all that food and they only paid for one person? I mean, it's actually all you can eat, but they usually have a time limit for these kinds of things. And she's like, no, get out. Oh, wow, you're right. I spot one of the restaurant staff hanging a close sign on the front door. Man, now my early afternoon snack is ruined. That was a snack? An afternoon snack? At an all-you-can-eat buffet? I can't help but stare at Cherry's midsection, amazed by what that stomach is capable of. By the way, have you seen the boss? She asks. I thought he finally accepted that he needs to buckle down and work, but he's got some new crazy scheme. Guess the guy's just never gonna learn. I figured nothing good's gonna come from that associating with him. I'd be careful if I were you two. Huh. Done with her little rant, Cherry says goodbye and heads off among the restaurants. Oh no. Better not be another all-you-can-eat. Hitomi? Who said that? Were they talking to me? Oh, that's Tanaka! I turn to see a businessman of some sort staring in my direction. Like everyone I've run into today, I don't recognize him. For some reason, though, I feel relaxed in his presence. Is that you, Hitomi? Hitomi? Could that be my name? Or are you Maria? No, As I fumble for words, the man peers at me with obvious concern. What are you doing in a place like this? We need to get you back home. Your parents are worried sick. My parents? Did someone file a missing person report while I've been wandering around with amnesia? The man leads the way, and I follow. Oh? That easily? Is it safe? Okay, she just follows Tanaka just like that. We leave the Gigo building, but head down a narrow alleyway. Then the man suddenly stops. I feel a jolt of anxiety as I notice something gleaming in his hand. It doesn't matter which of the two you are. Oh no! Tanaka was in all this entire time. I had a feeling. Hey Salty, morning, how's it going? We are now in a new chapter. Tama has been unmasked. And Tanaka is also unmasking himself right now. You're both in the way. He mutters almost as if talking to himself. Oh no, does he also have a gun? Right after that, everything goes dark. Bad end. Bad end for Maria. Tanaka, what the heck are you up to? After meeting a man who seemed to know her on the restaurant level, our heroine hoped to find more about her past. Instead, she wound up getting attacked in an alleyway. Ultimately, this all came to pass because she was avoiding that young man who mistook her for Hitomi. If he hadn't come shouting after her, she would have gone on to buy some clothes as she'd originally intended. Ah! Okay, so we gotta go back to Achi. Okay, pretty simple enough. I could go to the other routes and see what they're up to, but let's go to Achi and prevent this bad end from happening. I think it was right about here. Ignored by Hitomi. Okay, we'll go here then. Didn't seem to hear him. Decided to go after her. Had she forgotten where he was, waiting for her? She stayed on this escalator, heading up towards the top floor. Achi followed her, but by the time he reached the top, she was out of sight. Restaurant floor. Tanaka over here. And I guess that's really all we need to do. Yep, that's really all we need to do. So we're just going to speed through this. Actually, no, we don't even need to speed through this. We just made the choice. And still keep out over here. So back to Maria. Maria is now free. Debt collectors. Okay. We still stick with this. And then we continue on with helping him out, I guess, which seems to what worked last time. And after all that encounter, she goes on her merry way to a different floor. Alright, now not being shouted at by Achi, she goes on to get some clothes and not be, what do you call this? Not be attacked by Tanaka. Holy crap, what kind of clothing shop is this? It might be 2008, but what the heck? Wigu. Boutique shops are fun to explore, but I don't know who actually buys this stuff. The third floor is packed with young girls. I spot a shirt that catches my eye and head to the fitting room to try it on. There, I realize there's something in my pocket. Something I must have been carrying around for a while. Picture? It's a photo. A photo of a white man. Who's this guy? It's Stanley! Why is Stanley there? Why does she have a picture of Stanley? I can't quite tell if I recognize him or not. This man... Huh? Dangerous. Oh, wait. Is Stanley who not he is Stanley not who he says he is? I hear someone's voice inside my head. Stay away from him. Oh, that's Kanan. Flashes of memory flicker in my mind. Hello, Panzer. Welcome. To catch up, everyone, right now, just a little bit. Tama has shed off her fursuit, and unsurprisingly, her name changed from Tama to Maria. Tama was Maria all along, but she doesn't know that yet, apparently. She still thinks of herself as Tama, doesn't remember her name, doesn't recognize anyone, and now she's trying to get some new clothes because there's a hole in her clothes apparently, and she found a picture of Stanley, the American embassy guy, and getting flashbacks from a new person here, a new person who I guess is her friend from a way back in the Middle East, that when she visited, and says, I think we're there right now. I don't know. This new person's name's Kanan. Don't know much about her except that she's either a spy, assassin, or a badass. Possibly all of them. Flashes of memory flicker in my mind. I see a girl standing before me. I can't quite recall her face, but I get the impression she's someone very important. She speaks to me. This man is dangerous. Stay away from him. That's all. Then I snap back to my senses. It feels like I was on the cusp of remembering something critical. At any rate, it seems that there is some connection between me and the man in the photo. Try as I might, though, I can't recall anything more than that. Nice! I mean, the other outfit was nice too, but this is also pretty nice. I try on the shirt I picked out. Yeah, that looks good. And she also bought the necklace. Has to suck thinking someone or something important but not be able to fully remember. Yeah. I just, yeah, okay. Yeah, that definitely would suck. Especially in a murder mystery game. As I'm about to go down the escalator, a young man strides up to me as if I'm an old friend. Young man, Achi. Right, so Achi, Achi and Hitomi, Maria's sister, the girl he was with this entire time, had a little bit of a heart-to-heart in a restaurant, ate a little bit before after escaping the people who were chasing them. including the guy with the cane and the gun, and they hid in they call it the Shibuya Gigo building, which I didn't realize Gigo was a thing even back then. But there were Sega signs everywhere, so I'm a little confused about the relationship between Sega and Gigo. But anyway, this is I guess a shopping mall slash arcade building in Shibuya somewhere. And Achi and Hitomi are hiding out here. Hitomi is getting new clothes, and I can see why Achi would mistake Tama, Maria, as Hitomi because they're twins, and thinks she got new clothes already. So, right, okay. We're gonna jump to... I guess let's keep continuing first before we jump back to Achi. So I don't have to, like, come back to her later. There you are! I thought we were going to meet on the second floor. Going to meet? What's this guy talking about? I've never seen him before. Well, anyway. Come on, we have to go hide. Hide? Why do we need to do that? Hide? Why? Because those guys must have found us. They're outside. He grabs my hand and I yank it away. Hey, come on, what gives? Is this some sort of new pickup trick or something? Whatever it is, it's way too aggressive. I get the heck out of there. Hey! Hey! The guy keeps shouting, but I ignore him and try to slip into the crowd. When I look back, though, I see that he's still following me. What do I do? For now, maybe I should head to another floor. Maybe I should hide somewhere where there are fewer people. That sounds like a bad idea with fewer people. But if we go to a different floor, we might run into Tanaka, and that would also get into another bad end. Let's take a chance on the other floor for now. For now, maybe I should head to another floor. If we see Tanaka though, that's more than likely gonna be a bad end. I hurry towards a bank of elevators. Oh, this is different. Oh, he's here! Why are you hiding in the elevator? Well, if it's in Tama! What a coincidence! Boss, it's not a coincidence when we met like 2 or 3 times today already. What the heck are you doing hiding in the elevator? It's Yanagashita again. I try to walk on by like I don't notice him, but it's already too late. Huh? Hey, where'd your boyfriend go? Boyfriend? I have no clue what he's talking about. Anyway, perfect timing. Can you give me back that magazine? Nothing you're saying is making any sense. I peer at him in confusion. Once again, Yanagashita looks like he might start to cry. Don't tease me like this. I did give it to you, right? No, you didn't give me anything. I get it. You wanted that 100,000 yen all to yourself. So now you're playing dumb. Is that it? No, I honestly have no idea what this is all about. By now, he's all worked up and getting red in the face. Look, you might have amnesia, but that excuse ain't gonna fly with me. The amnesia has nothing to do with it. He doesn't seem to want to believe me, no matter what I say. Right, he was doing scratch cards. He was doing scratch cards earlier from the gossip magazine. And I guess he found a way to get the money, so yeah, that was kind of why he wants it back. Come on, hurry up and just give it back. Otherwise, I'm gonna start bawling here, real loud. He's going to cry? Seriously? This guy's a real piece of work. Well, what's it gonna be? Gonna make a grown man cry? I would certainly be it would certainly be pretty embarrassing if he started sobbing now. He's great. He's absolutely great. But I can't exactly give him back a magazine I never had. Oh, there they are. There they are. The elevator opens. He's cooked. Well, if it isn't our little entrepreneur, we've been looking for you. It's the two thugs from before, and there's no avoiding them this time. Asao Ozu and his underling, Yutaru Sagawa, members of the Tenryugumi Yakuza Syndicate. Ozu is quite frightening when angry. His nickname is Ozu the Ogre, but despite his strong emotions, he is very logic-driven. Sagawa is an archetypal punk who likes to get into scuffles, but he's also a really good cook. Okay, fine. Yipes! The men drag Mr. Yagashira into the elevator. Oh no. Save me, Tama! He grabs hold of my hand. Hey, let go of me! Great, now I'm in the elevator too, and the doors are shutting. Now then, Mr. Yagashira, says the bald-headed man. There's nowhere else to run. His tone is polite, but also very foreboding. Whoa, wait, just hold on, I can get you the money. I'm just about to get loads of it. Enough of your poppycock, snarls the younger guy. Poppycock, really? Poppycock, balderdash, claptrap, straight up nonsense. Taken from the Dutch, poppycock, meaning soft dung. Oh, really? I really mean it this time. Please, you have to believe me. I can pay you 100,000 right now. 100,000? You're really carrying around that much, says the bald man. No, not me. The girl. The man turned an eye to me in unison. She's holding on to something that's worth 100,000 yen. Huh? The sudden turn in the conversation has me all flustered. Tama, please, Yanagashita says. Just hand it over. I already told you, I don't know what you're talking about. The elevator stops at the first floor and the door opens. Oh no, this guy again. Oh! Standing on the other side of the door is the guy I ran to earlier, Hana's father. Also, the other target for the loan sharks. Oh my gosh, a lot of stuff is happening already. The bald-headed man snarls. Toyama! I'll just get the next one. Hana's father bolts like a startled hare. The bald man and his cronies stare after him. Now's my chance! Yanagashira hisses. He darts out of the elevator and makes a run for it. Hey! After him! Shouts the bald man. After who? Him or him? Just start with Toyama. The two thugs race after Hana's father. They've left me all by myself. I'm worried enough to think about going after them, but before too long, I've lost sight of them all. For a long time, I just stand there, dumbfounded, like a hurricane victim lingering in the aftermath. What a day this has been. When I finally get my wits about me, I realize I'm pretty hungry. That's right, I didn't get to eat lunch. I head for the 4th floor, where the restaurants are. Since I really don't want to run into Yagashira and those other guys again, I decide to take the escalator. The music is great. As I'm riding it up, I hear a commotion coming from the floor below. It's a man's voice, shouting angrily. Out of my way, come on! Who is it? I pay the outburst no heed and let the escalator take me up. Something is going on in this building and there's a lot of stuff. Oh no. When I arrive at the 4th floor restaurant section, the sign for a Chinese buffet catches my eye. Buffet, a style of dining where guests serve themselves freely from an array of prepared foods, taking as much of each as they want. Many hotels and restaurants tend to hold buffets at lunchtime or for brunch. Sometimes, however, this just winds up being a kind of cruel trap, with crowded lines making it take forever for you to even get near the food. Imabiki Chinese restaurant, the name means something along the lines of Fire of Morning. What a name for a Chinese restaurant. I guess fire is important for cooking, but that's kind of an unsettling thing to call an eatery. Oh well, I guess the name doesn't really matter. I'm in the mood for straight up devour some Chinese food. When I go to enter though, I'm stopped by one of the employees. Oh, she's still going through it. Oh, I'm sorry, miss. I'm afraid we're not accepting any more, customers. I mean, we're not really open. Not just now. She sounds a little bewildered by her own words. Why not? Well, you see, one of our other customers ate all of our food. Yeah, Cheery was here earlier. Someone ate an entire restaurant out of food? Is that even possible? What I'm trying to say, miss, is that we're, closed for the day. Is she okay? She just got chewed out by her boss earlier. Don't worry about it. Go figure. Looks like Mr. Nagadashi's bad luck has rubbed off on me. I guess I'll have to look for another restaurant too. Oh, there's Hana! Why is she just sitting there? Why is she just laying down? Hold up. Who's that kid? Lying idly across the seats in the waiting area at the front of the restaurant is a young girl. Is this the girl that dismal-looking fellow has been searching for? She looks so sad, it makes my heart ache. I can't just leave her here alone. Is she okay up in the head? She doesn't look like she's quite there. Excuse me, is your name Hana? She looks wary at the question. Your father's been looking for you, I say. Hana ignores me and just stares up at the ceiling. Hey, how about we try to find your dad together? I coax the girl into getting up, then I call out to the restaurant staffer. Okay, now she's looking a lot more creepy. Excuse me, where should I go to ask them to put an announcement on the PA system? Dunno, maybe the first floor? The security office? First floor sounds good. Right, down we go. I take Hana with me and we get on one of the elevators together. Awkward. Do you know my father? Hana's tone is pretty brusque. Well, I don't really know him exactly. Then are you a debt collector? I laugh and shake my head. Would a debt collector be wearing an outfit like this? You know, if they did, if debt collectors actually looked like this, you could get their guard down a lot easier. And then the other guys would come up from behind and actually be able to collect on the guy. Hana lets out a deep sigh. So you're just kind of butting in then? Well, yeah, I guess so. I can't help but grin sheepishly. I feel like something about sad little Hana is stirring some of my lost memories. If I just came out and told her that though, she'd probably think I was a total weirdo. I mean, you're already a total weirdo right now. So I decided to say something else. I just get bored being all by myself. I guess I'm just the sort of person who can't ignore someone in trouble. Yeah, it's probably that. You're weird. Hana looks away from me. I mean, she would be weird either way, so... When I get to the security office, I hear voices coming from inside. Uh-huh. I wonder what they're talking about. I peek in through the crack in the door and I see a man with a cane speaking with a security guard. Oh, what? He actually comes in here and speaks with the guards? Hopefully he doesn't have his gun out. How many exits are there that lead outside? There's the main entrance on the first floor, along with 2 side entrances. Also, there's one down the first basement level and another in the second basement. The security guard spoke with polite precision. They recognize this guy? I see. The man with says the man with the cane. I need you to shutter all exits except for the main entrance right away. Understood, sir. Attention all shoppers. Oh, I should probably do this thing. Attention all shoppers. The announcement comes in over the loudspeaker. Due to maintenance, all first floor entrances other than the main entrance have been closed. Holy crap, that's sus. Now we gotta worry about these kinds of announcements whenever they come up. Like, there could be something actually going down. We apologize for the inconvenience. Customers wishing to leave, please use the main entrance on the first floor. I'm not sure what just happened, but it sounds like the main entrance is now the only way out. Come on, I say. Let's have them make an announcement for us. Come on. Oh, wait, is she... Oh, the guy's gonna mistake her for Hitomi. But when I turn around, Hana is gone. Hana freaking A, where the heck did you go, girl? She must have run off while I was distracted. Well, looky here. If it ain't that little cutie again. Cutie? Oh, these guys. The two thugs that were after Yamashita came strolling toward me. Wow, you're a speedy one, huh? Says the bald man. Weren't you downstairs just now? Twin shenanigans. The other twin's around somewhere. And did you change your clothes too? He looks me over, seeming impressed. Hey, hold on. Let me see your face. The younger man grabs me by the wrist. You know Yamashita, yeah? Go on, give him a quick little call for us. He gives me a sharp yank. Let go of me. Can it, girlie? Just give the man a call and we're all good. I have nothing to do with that guy. Do it now. These guys aren't even listening to me. Now I'm pretty pissed off. Oh. Oh, is Hitomi gonna lay the smack down? Oh, she laid the smack down. Oh, this is what I'm after. This is what I'm here for. I said I have nothing to do with that guy. I whip my manhandled arm in a wide arc to send the younger man flying into a stack of boxes. Guess he must never have been expecting that. He hits hard. The impact knocks him out cold. Whoa! Who the heck are you? The bald man asks, his eyes wide open. Shut up, I tell him. You're next. Oh, okay. You know what? I know she beat the girl from the Fight Club bar, but she might actually have some chops. I thought it was just a fursuit protecting her, but she might actually have some chops. I flash a winning grin. He gathers up his fallen friend and drags him away as fast as he can go. That is a smug look. Okay, that was pretty strange. It was just like when I was fighting Miku. My body seems to know how to pull off all these movements instinctively. Probably training from Kanan? Am I a martial artist, maybe? Probably. Anyway, I gotta find Hana. I guess we won't be seeing them for a while. Easier said than done. I wander around the building, but I don't see any sign of the girl. Yeah, she's definitely built different compared to Hitomi. Maybe she went back home. Eventually, I slumped down on a bench in a corner. I wish I could go home too, I muttered to myself. Oh. Who is this? Oh, it's one of the black suit guys? Something cold presses against my neck. What? Is that what I think it is? Make a scene and I slit your throat. Oh no, it is a knife. Wow, the looks on this guy. Two foreign men grab me by the arms from either side. In that moment, fragmentary memories flood through my mind. Oh, so this is what happened back... Wait, this is all the way in the Middle East. I'm on a street. It looks like someplace in the Middle East. I'm being dragged along by several men. I'm too scared to speak. There are people on the street, market vendors, but none of them seem willing to get involved. The man dragged me into some back alley. Help me. Please, somebody help me. I'm being abducted. Oh, is this where she meets her? And then a dark silhouette drops down in front of me. The figure brandishes a knife threateningly at the men. Oh, that's great. The blade moves with dazzling speed. My captors are all down in mere moments. Who is this? Who came to save me? I try my utmost to drag my memories to the surface. It's a girl. That's right, I'm certain of that much. I don't remember her face, but it's a girl, younger than me. Walk faster. The angry hiss in my ear snaps me out of my flashback. What was that memory just now? I'm more concerned about the girl who saved me than I am about the men who've captured me now. Who do they think they have, Maria or Hitomi? The two thugs marched me along, still holding me by the arms. Can't believe she was in a place like that. Yeah, talk about giving us the runaround. I can't figure out what they're talking about. A place like what? Give them the runaround? Do you know me? The two men look at each other. Wait, are you the other one? One of them peers closely into my face. What are you talking about? Oh, they thought they got Hitomi, but realize it's actually Maria. What do you mean a place like... I stop as a sudden idea comes to me. Hold on. Are you talking about that storehouse? The men look utterly confused. What are you talking about? One of them asks. I explain that I've lost my memory. This seems to make them pretty anxious. We gotta report this. That is a tiny ass phone, holy crap. Or maybe it's just huge. One of the men takes out his cell phone and makes a call. He informs whoever's on the other end that I've lost my memory. I have no idea what's going on. Based on what I can follow from the conversation though, it seems these were the people who had put me in the storehouse. But why have they done that? One of these guys asked if I was the other one. What could that possibly mean? Could it be? Did they abduct me because they mistook me for someone else? If so, who? The more I try to think, the more muddy this all gets. Calm down. Just calm down. Let's think of what we know. I guess I have seen how Shaq hauls water bottles. He could actually be that big, but he didn't seem that big compared to her though. What I do know for sure is that I woke up inside the storehouse. And evidently, I took a blow to the head, and that's the cause of my amnesia. Hold on, that's strange. If these people had kidnapped me before, why wasn't the storehouse, well, locked? Seems pretty sloppy if they wanted to keep someone confined. What could all this possibly mean? Ooh, shady. It's no use. I haven't the foggiest. None of this makes any sense at all. Let go of her. Oh, is it the other girl? I craned my neck to see who spoke. Oh, it's the man with a cane. It's the man with a cane who was at the security office. Who the hell are you? One of my captors barks. I said let her go. Did you not hear? The man with the cane pulls a gun from his suit pocket. Get lost. This isn't worth dying over. Wait, who was he after this entire time? At first he says Hitomi should die, and he knew Achi. So what does he want with... I'm assuming he knows that this is not Hitomi. He seems sharper than that. The two men take a few steps back and then bolt out of the alleyway. Who are you? My voice trembles slightly. Guess he's not here. The man takes a quick look around. He? Do you mean Mr. Yagashita? All that matters is he's not here. Gun in hand, the man slowly approaches. Hitomi Osawa. I know you've done nothing wrong. Oh, he still had mistook her for Hitomi. What? I feel a jolt of surprise at the name. Hitomi Osawa? Is that my name? It is not. His face, a mask of stone. The man points the gun right at my head. Please, no hard feelings. Bad end? To be continued! There is another chapter after this. Oh, there is actually another chapter after this. Oh boy, how long is this gonna go for? Wow, we actually got to Tama's to be continued pretty quickly. Which by the name is actually Maria. By the way, actually Maria. Alright, let me see. The game it do be cooking quite a bit. Okay, so we have a keep out on Kano, we have a keep out on Achi. I think there was a jump. Oh yeah, there was a jump over here with Maria. Who does a jump to? The man. Oh, there's a jump to Achi. Okay. We haven't checked out what Minorikawa was up to yet, nor Osawa. So we've been basically going between Achi and Maria so far. So we're gonna go back to Achi, see what that's about. And then maybe we'll get somewhere else here. Achi took the escalator down to the 3rd floor. And there was Hitomi, standing right in the open after he'd been searching for her high and low. Which is not Hitomi, which is Maria. There you are! I thought we were going to meet on the 2nd floor, Achi said. She stared back at him in confusion. Well, anyway. Come on, we have to go hide. Hide? Why? She gave him a dubious look. Achi felt like something was off, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Because those guys must have found us, he said. They're outside. He took hold of Hitomi's hand. Hey, let go. What gives? She quickly yanked her hand away. Huh? As Achi tried to make sense of the way she was acting, she took off down the corridor. Hey, Hitomi! He hurried after her. It was like changing her clothes had also changed her personality. Still, he couldn't just leave her alone. The kidnappers might well be closing in. He stayed in pursuit of her, trying not to draw too much attention. And actually maybe meeting Hitomi later? He lost track of her somewhere near the elevators. What's her deal? Unsure of what else he should do, he headed back down to the previous rendezvous point. To the rendezvous point on the 2nd floor. Okay. When he arrived, he spotted Hitomi heading down the escalator ahead of him. Also probably looking very different. Hitomi! Achi shouted. But his voice vanished into the noise of the crowd, and she disappeared onto the 1st floor. Damn it! Is this actually Hitomi now, I wonder? Achi rushed down the escalator. I don't know how you could rush down the escalator when it's only like 2 people wide, or even 1 person wide. That's extremely tight. He took the steps 2, 3, 5 at a time. He made it to the first floor and looked around. It was Hitomi about to take a different escalator back up. Because that's not Hitomi, that is Maria. Why is she doing this? He waved his arms to get her attention, but she didn't notice, and headed right up. Down? Up? What the heck is she thinking? Achi sped around and got on the upward escalator. Out of my way, come on! He shoved people aside as he ran up the moving stairs. He must be so confused. But he saw no sign of Hitomi when he reached the second floor. He lost track of her completely. Oh, come on! This is ridiculous! Achi's shoulders slumped. He felt exhausted, but he kept up his search, scouring one floor after another until eventually he made it down to the second basement level. Had she grown too impatient waiting for Kanan and gone off searching for the blue minivan again? I think I can handle myself from here, he thought back to what Hitomi had said earlier. Damn it, she's not gonna be okay by herself. He pounded his fist into the wall in frustration. Please, stop! Oh, please stop. That was Hitomi's voice. Actually Hitomi this time. There we go. Hitomi! Achi moved faster than he could think. Achi! She called back. A pair of thugs had grabbed her by both arms. Achi stomped his way towards them. Get your hands off of her, he shouted. Huh? What's it to you, pal? The older of the two, a middle-aged fellow, turned to Achi with a sneer. Okay, so this is before they meet Maria downstairs. He looked familiar somehow. Yeah, these are the guys that you gave wrong directions to earlier. I wonder if he forgot. Hitomi shook herself free of the man and ran over to Achi. It's no use trying to act tough, buddy. We're just trying to get back what we're owed. Don't make us have to get rough with you. What you're owed? Hitomi, do you owe people money? No, I don't. They just came after me and started going about 2 million yen. She looked just as baffled by the situation Achi was. If you're gonna blame someone, blame your boss, the older man said. He gestured to his lackey. A feral gleam flashed in the young punk's eyes. It was the look of a man who couldn't resist dishing out a beatdown. He brought up his fist and shifted his feet, shadowboxing a few quick jabs with his left hand. He looked to Achi like the guy was an experienced boxer. It looked like. Hold on, Hitomi said. What do you mean, my boss? Say what? Yanagashita, who the hell do you think? The young punk shuffled closer, fist still menacing. Then his expression changed. Hey. Hold on. Are you Achi Endo? Yeah, that's right. Well, ain't that lucky? Getting to throw down with you like this. The punk sounded pleased indeed. I've heard all sorts of rumors about you, you know. Let's see how true they are. Achi didn't like his chances in a straight-up fight with a trained boxer. What should he do? Better run for it? Better apologize? Go for broke? I say we run for it. He had to run. He reached behind himself and grabbed Hitomi by the arm. Keeping his eyes fixed on his opponent, he took a careful step back. Running away, huh? Coward. The punk was quick to close the gap Achi had just made. Achi didn't care if he was a coward or not. All he cared about was making sure Hitomi was safe. Oh? Suddenly, the elevator doors opened before them. Toyama, a miserable-looking older man, stood in the elevator. At the sight of him, the punk's face went red with rage. You! Toyama! Going up. Wow. The man in the elevator hurriedly closed the doors. The two thugs rushed towards him, but the elevator had already began heading back upward. Well, they've completely forgotten about Hitomi / Tama and went after the other guy they knew was there. Come on, after him, the older man shouted. The young punk raced up the stairs. You stay right where you are, that older fellow added, glaring at Hitomi. Nah, they're gonna move. Then he followed after his lackey. Does he really think we're dumb enough to just wait here? Achi scoffed. Well, are you gonna move? Achi, I've been looking all over for you. Hitomi gave him an angry swat on the chest. For me? What are you talking about? You weren't waiting where you said you'd be. Yeah, because you went up another floor. What do you mean? I went right where you said. On the second floor. Huh? Now he's confused. This wasn't quite adding up. The second floor? What are you talking about? You went up to the third floor. No, I didn't. Wait, what? None of this makes any sense. Achi felt like his brain was getting scrambled. Did you not notice the change of clothes? I guess he did, but then realized that Hitomi would not wear the other set of clothes? I don't know. Well, anyway, at least I found you safe and sound. Yeah. The two smiled at one another. Did she actually change clothes? I guess she did. What's with those clothes? Hitomi's new outfit was completely different from the clothes she had on earlier. I tried a few things, but wound up deciding on this. You tried other stuff on? Okay, that explains it, Achi said. At least now things sorta made sense. That's nice, you know. What is? Your clothes, I mean. They look good on you. Thank you. Wow, I'm actually blushing now. It kinda made me blush to say it. Achi and Hitomi shyly avoided each other's eyes. Really? Now? Oh, so hey, Achi said, eager to change the subject. Do you still have that magazine? Oh, right, yeah. I was gonna just throw it away, but I couldn't. How come? I haven't been able to find the right kind of receptacle. Ah, she's responsible. Newspapers and magazines are supposed to be kept separate from normal trash, right? Hitomi scanned their surroundings for a suitable bin. Wait, are you serious? Yeah. You're thinking about proper recycling now of all times? Is that weird? Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. I think it might just be perfect. Oh no, he's fallen. Even harder. Achi found himself blushing even harder now. Tama! A sudden yell snapped him out of his embarrassment. Oh no, young Nishida. Again. A sudden yell snapped him out of his embarrassment. A sketchy-looking fellow who'd given her the magazine was scampering down the stairs towards them. Great, Achi said. The weirdo's back. The man ignored him though and leaned in close to Hitomi. So you do still have it! He snatched the magazine from Hitomi's hands. Yes, this one hasn't been scratched off yet. The man hunkered down on the floor and began scratching away at the scratch card stapled in the centerfold. Wait! Don't let him have that! Another man came swooping out of nowhere and yanked the magazine away. Oh no! Oh no! Both of you guys in the same place, I can't be good. It was an older fellow who'd appeared in the elevator minutes before. You can't do that, that's mine! The sketchy-looking man clutched at the older newcomer. Let go! No way! I said let go! I said no way! And the two were fighting right in front of the exit, keeping Achi and Hitomi from leaving. How'd you like this? The older man shouted, scratching away haphazardly at the ticket. Now it's just a worthless scrap of paper. Ah! My 100,000 yen! You mean my 100,000 yen? And the middle-aged fellow looked back down at the ticket. Oh, he actually scratched the winning combination haphazardly. Wow. That sucks, dude. That absolutely sucks. Yeah, what are the odds? Somehow, in his random scratching, he'd happened to land himself a winner. Give it! No way. The two men took off, enraged in a running battle for the ticket. Okay. That's what was the deal with those two? I'm not sure. Achi and Hitomi could only stand there, dumbfounded. On the other hand, hey, look at the time! It's almost 3. It's almost 3. Hey GND, welcome. You missed some hilarious stuff. Actually hilarious stuff. The two headed hurriedly for the Gigo back entrance. The Gigo back entrance, right, the back entrance. The exit at the back. But just as they were nearing the doors, the shutters dropped down in front of them. Whoa, what gives? Alright, this thing again. Okay. Due to maintenance, all entrances other than the main entrance on the first floor have been closed. We apologize for the inconvenience. Customers wishing to leave, please use the main entrance on the first floor. The game is pretty darn good, not gonna lie. The story is written hilariously. Are they in a mystery escape room game? No. So right now they're inside a shopping mall, I guess you can call it, and so that Hitomi could get new clothes, because her old one, the current one she was wearing was ripped. So she did that, but also spoilers. Should I spoil here? I'll spoil it right here. Spoilers. There is someone else that looks like Hitomi roaming around the shopping mall, and it confused the heck out of Achi because she thought the other person was Hitomi, but not actually Hitomi. Wouldn't you know it? It was actually Maria in the cat costume. And Maria knows nothing about Hitomi and knows nothing about who she is or who she knows. And there's a bunch of stuff that happened, and you just have to see all of it in the VOD because it's too much to retell. But to say the least, Tama/Maria has gotten out of the cat costume, and now she's wandering around, and we got to a to be continued on her route not too long ago. So there we are. Achi glared at the loudspeaker. It looked like there was no exit through the back after all. I got a real bad preposition about this. You mean premonition? Hitomi had gotten quicker to butt in with her corrections. You know what? Some people do confuse the two, so it's not unusual. Holding on to their premonitions, then, the two hurried way up the stairway. Okay. Narrator's getting in on it now. As Hitomi tried to head out to the first floor entryway, Achi yanked her back. Careful. What's the matter? It's that guy. Huh? Hitomi's expression stiffened. The guy with the cane! Yet again! Slipping behind a nearby pillar, Achi pointed to the man with the cane, who was keenly eyeing shoppers as they came and went. Well, if this bites, there's no way we're getting around him there. Achi, Hitomi whispered in his ear. Behind us. Oh no, these two are gonna cause trouble. Achi glanced back and saw the two goons walking in their direction. Uh-oh. If those two caused a scene like before, the assassin would notice them for sure. Aha! The younger punk had spotted them. Damn it, Achi thought, gritting his teeth. Eep! But the thuggish pair let out a teensy squeak and then darted off in a different direction, vanishing from view. Wait, why did they do that? Oh, I think I know why. It's probably because they didn't want to get beat up again. So this must have happened after Maria ran into them, and Maria gave them the beatdown, and so the other guy finally recovered and saw Hitomi in this case, and like, oh no, we don't want to get beat up again, and actually ran away this time. That's probably what it was. What the heck? Achi and Hitomi watched him go, unsure what to make of the sudden retreat. Well, anyway, Achi said after a moment, now we can try to find another way out. Taking Hitomi by the hand, he headed back into the shopping area. This one's also closed. The back entrance on the first floor, that was a no-go. The other emergency exits were also locked down, which meant that the main entrance on the first floor really was the only choke point in or out. And that's where the guy is waiting. It was almost time for them to meet Kanan. They needed to find some way to bust out of here. The pair headed back towards the main entrance. The guy's probably gone by now. Nope, still there. Then they saw the man with a cane, again, heading in their direction. He hadn't seen them yet, but there was no way they'd avoid him if they didn't do something quick. Guess for now we gotta go up, Achi said to Hitomi. They started racing up the nearest escalator, which was descending from above. Probably not the one you wanted to take, but okay. My bad, coming through. Sorry, please excuse us. They fought and shoved their way past a stream of people riding in the other direction. They could see the second floor now. Achi figured they'd be in the clear once they got there. Cheery! No, not right now, Cheery! Why are you here when at the worst possible time? But then a large woman appeared at the top of the escalator, heading down. She was the one who'd been in the Chinese restaurant on the 4th floor. The one who supposedly packed an entire buffet in her belly. She was wide enough that Achi and Hitomi would never be able to slip past her. Just push her out of the way. Hey, out of the way! Achi shouted. But the young woman ignored him. Okay. Achi tried to push past, but he just bounced off her. What? Really? We're doing this anime style? They were drifting inevitably back down towards the first floor. It was like they were riding a conveyor belt that was delivering them right to the assassin. Cheery, why are you so... This was not good. This was no good at all. If they didn't do something soon, they'd... Wait a sec. Something must have caught the assassin's eye. Achi saw him suddenly rush outside. Oh? There was no telling what had just happened, but now there was a chance to escape. Achi and Hitomi raced out the door. Huh. That was convenient. Outside, the man with the cane was nowhere to be seen. Looks like we're safe. Achi let out a sigh. For now, someone said, keep your eyes open. Oh, it's Kanan, the other girl. The sudden words made the two turn with a start. Kanan was standing right behind them. She'd gotten this close and neither of them had noticed a thing. Where was she this entire time? She moved with all the skill of an assassin. Achi felt a chill shoot through him. To be continued? Oh, actually to be continued! Oh, amazing! We got like multiple to be continued. I think they're speeding up now. It feels a little bit shorter compared to before, I feel. Okay. All right, Achi is to be continued. Maria is also to be continued. We were at Kano last time. Kano has a keep out, which I think... Do we have a keep out that we can go to? I think we already did the keep out for... The only keep out that we could do. Right. So this jump was to someone else. Oh, this is in the previous chapter. Never mind. Okay, so that means we need to start a new route. And it's either going to be Osawa or Minorikawa. Let's go with Minorikawa. Because usually Osawa's route has some weird stuff that affects everyone else's. So let's go with Minorikawa here. Last time we saw him, his laptop died. No! Minakawa's cry of despair echoed through the cafe. His laptop monitor stared back at him, black and empty. Don't you die on me, buddy! He jammed his finger sharply at the screen. Oh no, even at the laptop. But the computer gave no response, looking well and truly dead. What the hell? Minakawa pounded his fist on the table. This would be a worst-case scenario, even if he weren't desperately pressed for time. Guess I'll just have to write by hand then. Did you just run out of batteries, or did you just not plug it in? Because it can't just die like that, right? Is it actually dead? He rummaged around inside his bag and pulled out a notebook. I can still do this, he shouted, doing his best to psych himself up for the task ahead. I will still do this. Excuse me, sir? The waitress appeared timidly beside him. What? Inakawa snapped, his pen still flying across the paper. Sir, if you could please quiet down. He's quiet right now. My damn computer just broke. I'm allowed a scream or two. Minakawa was in no state of mind to be quiet. If it weren't for the deadline he was racing to meet, he'd probably have gone on screaming until it passed out. Oh, really? Your computer is broken, you said? The waitress peered at the monitor. Yeah, look! It just suddenly stopped displaying anything. Is it charged? Could it be that, the battery's just dead? Minorikawa, are you serious? Did you not think to charge this thing or have a charger on you? To keep it plugged in this entire time? This guy. Really. Minorikawa sat bolt upright. That's it! The waitress flinched as Minorikawa's finger jabbed towards her face. I hadn't considered that possibility. Hey, let me plug it in somewhere. There's an outlet right there, sir. She pointed at an outlet by Minorikawa's feet, making no attempt to hide her exasperation. Minorikawa plugged in the power cable and the monitor sprang to life as normal. So, now that's sorted, would you please be quiet, sir? Don't talk to me. You're interfering with my writing. Minorikawa's fingers had already begun dancing across his keyboard. With a sigh, the waitress disappeared back into the kitchen. Well, that was fixed pretty quickly. Oh yeah, now we're talking! His fingers picked up speed as he went about touch typing. The act of typing on a keyboard without looking at keys. The aspiration of computer novices everywhere. The typical methods involve placing the index fingers on F and J keys, with the middle, ring, and pinky fingers resting on the A, S, and D, or K, L, and semicolon keys to either side, from which all other keys are easily reached. With practice, a touch typist can instinctively hit the correct key every time without looking, unless you're me, who mistypes everything despite touch typing. The pros and cons of surveillance cameras. Proprietor of outdated electronics shop oversees high-tech camera system. Bedlam at bogus weight loss drink sales demo. Bankrupted organizer remains undiscouraged. Now Minorikawa's spirits were riding high. His riding rolled along at a brisk pace. Sir? It was a waitress again, her voice yanking Minorikawa right out of his soaring mood. Sir, now what? Has the President of the United States agreed to give me a one-on-one interview? The waitress's eyes went wide with confusion. Huh? Because unless it's something that important, do not speak to me right now. But she was undeterred. Sir, please, if you could just be a little quieter. He's just typing. How quiet do you want him to be? Minorikawa's fingers ceased their rattling across the keys. Just what sound do you have a problem with? All I've been doing is writing a copy. Well, for the last while, actually, you've been talking while you write, sir. Talking? Minorikawa tilted his head in confusion. Yes, sir, you've been talking about an electronics store and some bogus weight loss drink. Oh, I guess he's the type to talk as he types. I mean, fair, okay. It's a goofy look. There's a lot of nice goofy looks in the game. I assume that's what you're writing about? You're saying I've been narrating my copy aloud while writing it? I guess he trained his jaw muscles to not break. That's right, sir. Other customers sitting nearby were openly snickering. Well, so what? He snapped. He was red in the face now. Oh, he's actually a little embarrassed. Also, this restaurant has an interesting layout, I guess. I think the decor looks more interesting than the layout does. Especially the right side, where it kind of looks like it's a hostess bar or something. He must have gotten a punch or 100. He probably must have at this point. You should all be delighted that you get to hear what I'm writing about before the magazine goes to print. Well, actually, sir, one of our customers has been complaining. Let me guess. It's the dad, right? The dad's been complaining? Complaining? Of all the nerve, who was it? Where are they? Minorikawa scanned the other patrons, many of whom were unsuccessfully trying to hide their laughter. It was me. I knew it. It was a grumpy older fellow who'd been making a scene earlier. Bogus diet fads, peeping security cameras. Reminds me of that sleazy tabloid 4-star general gossip I hate so much. Oh, so you sure seem to know a lot about it for something you hate so much. The man's face twisted up with scorn. Your behavior is bothering everyone here, he said. Do you not understand that? No, I don't. Guess a reporter who writes nothing but nonsense prefers nonsense in everything he does. Minorikawa could feel his blood boiling. What was that? Go on, say that again. Oh, gladly. Nonsense, filth, codswallop, flim-flam. Wow, I don't think I've ever heard of codswallop before. But flim-flam is taking a little bit too much. He does like to lecture. He does like to lecture. You bastard! How dare you! Minorikawa stormed over the man's table. Flim-flam indeed! Bogus or insincere content. Few things anger Minorikawa more than reporters using dishonest means to create a story. Having his own word called flim-flam would naturally make him blow his top. These are extremely old words. The codswallop and flim-flam one. Wow. Guess who you're calling flim-flam? He reports only the truth, and don't you forget it. The other man stood up and glowered in Minorikawa's face. You utterly lack any manners or sense of decency for starters. I have plenty of manners and decency. I also happen to have a deadline. As if a flim-flam artist like you has a work ethic. Stop calling me flim-flam! The waitress inserted herself between the two men. Gentlemen, please, stop fighting! I demand that you remove this man at once, the older fellow barked. He's the one you should be kicking out, Minorikawa shot back. By now, he was ready to go for this guy's throat. Please, the waitress pleaded, both of you, return to your seats. She grabbed onto Minorikawa and began to forcibly drag him back to his table. Oh, it's too late for that. Giving to his anger, Minukawa threw a punch at the troublemaker. I'm really tempted to just try that and see where it goes. Calm down. Minukawa did his best to swallow his pride. Guys, I want to see a fight. I want to see a fight, even if it gets to a bad end. I want to see a fight. Let's fight. Oh, it's too late for that. Giving into his anger, Minukawa threw a punch at the troublemaker. Yeah! The man dodged nimbly, however. You're not bad. I'm 6th Dan in judo. Ah, you should have mentioned that earlier. You should have mentioned that earlier. Minukawa hastily retreated to his seat. The other man snorted and sat down with a scowl. Oh wow, that actually got him to stop. The needless interruption, just when he'd finally got into writing mode, had all but killed Minukawa's motivation. He decided he needed to take a breather. He turned to the waitress. Or did he? 1 spaghetti Napolitan, please. Oh, back to spaghetti facts? Okay. Spaghetti flavored with tomato ketchup. Napolitan is a corruption of Neapolitan, though the dish itself has no connection to the Italian city of Naples or Napoli. Rather, it originated as a menu item at a hotel in Yokohama shortly after World War II. There is also a spaghetti dish from Nagoya called Milanese, which likewise has no connection to the Italian city of Milan. Yes, I've never actually tried spaghetti Napolitan before, but yes, they do spaghetti with ketchup in Japan for this particular dish, as they do in some places in Southeast Asia, Philippines included. He might not have had a lot of spare time, but working on an empty stomach wouldn't do him any favors. While waiting for his order to come out, he decided to read back over the copy he'd written so far. What? When he looked back at the monitor, the screen was black yet again. Did the battery actually die this time? Looking down at his feet, he saw that the power cable was now unplugged. Oh, crap. Hey, what kind of cafe are you people running here? He shouted. The waitress hurried over, looking combative. Sir, you yanked at that yourself when you stood up earlier. What? A likely story. It's the truth, sir. Minukawa pointed at one of the customers sitting next to him. Is she telling the truth? Did I really yank my power cord out myself? The man nodded sheepishly. Oh, wow. He keeps on pointing at everyone. I mean, this has been his thing, but still. Yeah, well, then that's the outlet's fault for being someplace where it unplugs so easily. Minukawa squawked. The waitress marched away, head held high. Just make sure that spaghetti's delicious, Minukawa shouted after her. And this guy down here is being comforted by the other dude over something. All right, I don't know what the problem is, but we're gonna ignore it then. I'll consider us even. Oh, and loaded with cheese, lots of cheese. He plugged the power cable back in, then let out a heavy sigh. In all his writing fervor, he hadn't thought to save his work. Remember, guys, save your work. Always save your work. There's no such thing as autosave in a Word document. At least not back then. Always make sure you save your work to avoid losing data. Honestly, why is it your computer always seems to freeze when you've forgotten to save your stuff? Don't remind me. Don't remind me. He was probably going to have to rewrite most of what he'd done. Excuse me? Who is this? Minukawa looked up to see a young woman standing there. Oh, is that Rumi? That's gotta be Rumi. I'm so sorry, she said. About my father. She gave a tiny bow. Your father? Oh, the rude old man. He's just a little worked up right now. Please don't pay him any mind. So what? You waiting on your boyfriend? Huh? The woman was taken aback. I happened to hear you two arguing earlier. Would have been about 2 hours ago? Oh, I see. An awkward, embarrassed smile came to the woman's face. I thought he was going to ask my father for permission to marry me, so I've been waiting for him, but he hasn't shown up. No, He must be really busy. She cast her eyes down sadly. Minorikawa took a better look at her. She was gorgeous. A woman with her looks wasn't something he saw every day. That was for sure. Well, Rumi seems to be extremely both reasonable and apologetic. Say, would you mind talking with me for a bit? He asked. Me? Hey, these two down here seem to be having a good time now. Yeah. I kinda need to turn my mood around here. Well, okay, at least until my father gets back. The woman cast an anxious look toward the restrooms. What's your name? Rumi. She sat down across from him. All more pointing? Wait a second, aren't you? Minorikawa peered at Rumi's face. One of those twins that was chasing as Miss Mirayama? Twins? Rumi shook her head. No, not me. No. Darn. Didn't think I'd be that lucky. Yeah, you got the wrong ones. That was Hitomi and Maria. He took a sip at his now cold coffee. I do know the girls you're talking about. The girls you're talking about, though, Rumi said. What the heck? Probably shouldn't be spitting at her face like that. Minorikawa spat out his coffee in surprise. Rumi squeaked in alarm as the spray splattered her face. Oh no. But Minorikawa leaned in, unconcerned. You mean it? You really know them? Yes, Rumi replied. You're talking about the Osawa twins, right? She got out a handkerchief and wiped the coffee from her face as she spoke. Wow! They'll do anything to like hide her face. What the heck? Osawa, huh? Minorikawa glanced down the project proposal on the table. Sexy Squared! Twins shared top prize at local university beauty contest. Midoyama Academy, Maria and Hitomi Osawa. Yes, that's it. The Osawa twins! I actually won Miss Mirayama myself a few years ago. This year I served as one of the judges. Minorikawa adopted a self-satisfied pose. Guess I really was born under the right sign to be a freelancer. The leads just come to me. Sure, Rumi muttered. Okay, let's talk basics then. Tell me what you know about these girls. Well, I don't really know them personally. Rumi continued to dab at the coffee on her face. But now that you ask, I do remember hearing that they'd entered the contest separately. Wait, separately? Now Minorikawa was a bit confused. Yes, that's right. I assumed they entered as a pair, but apparently not. I wonder why. I mean, they're twins. They look alike, wear the same clothes, do everything together. They don't actually wear the same clothes. And say the same things at the same time and stuff. No, not always. Rumi chuckled and shook her head. I don't know if you can enter a beauty contest as a pair. I don't think that's a thing. No, not at all. Besides, these two aren't identical. They're fraternal twins. Are they fraternal? They look very similar to me. Twins who were born at the same time from two eggs that were fertilized separately. Fraternal twins do not share the same genetic information. They can differ in such characteristics as sex, blood type, and blood type, though there are cases of fraternal twins resembling one another almost as closely as identical twins. Maria and Hitomi Osawa happen to look very closely alike, but they do not have the same blood type. Okay, that's good to know. Although at a glance they look very similar. Still, how should I put this? They both give off very different impression. Oh, now that sounds interesting. Mind explaining what you mean? Minorikawa opened his memo pad. I talked to them briefly after the awards ceremony. The older sister struck me as really energetic, but the younger one was more quiet and reserved. Minorikawa investigative senses were tingling. I wouldn't figure a shy girl would want to enter a campus beauty contest. I suppose not, no. Yeah. I don't suppose you've got anything juicier, Minakawa asked. Rumi frowned. Would you like to just go ask them yourself? She said. They don't live very far from here. Whoa, hold the phone. Are you actually gonna go down to the Osawa place right now? He's gonna get that story as well as the kidnapping story. Crime syndicate story. Minakawa could hardly believe what had just fallen into his lap. The advance info in the project proposal had mentioned the girls were students at Midoriyama, but hadn't given an actual address. If he could talk to them directly, now that would be pay dirt. You know where they live? Well, not exactly. I just heard that they live in Shoto. Aha, Shoto. That wasn't far away. A car or a motorcycle could get there in about 10 minutes. It'd be quicker than going to Midoriyama Academy, and he'd be able to meet with the girls themselves. Minakawa flashed a quick look toward the restroom. It looked like Rumi's father had just gotten back. Sorry, she said, I should be going. No problem, and thank you. Rumi gave him a quick nod and hurried back to her seat. Minakawa grabbed the directory from the public phone and flipped through the pages. Oh, the directory. Do people even have these things anymore? Do people still use them? I feel like they still exist, but I don't think... When was the last time I even seen a directory? It's been forever. To his surprise, there were only 5 listings for the name Osawa with addresses in Shoto. There was neither a Maria nor Hitomi, but he hadn't expected there to be. He'd need to find their parents. Wasting no time, he called up the first Osawa on the list. Yellow pages are still around. How about the white pages? That's where the white pages are where the residential stuff, I think. With everyone on their cell phones and not many landlines these days, I wonder if that gets posted too. Bingo! Minakawa couldn't help but pump his fist in excitement. He got in the right place on his first try. Ah, first try! Congratulations! Way to go, me! He committed the house number listed in the phone book to memory. Just when the waitress reappeared with a disgruntled expression and Minakawa's order of spaghetti Napolitan. Here you are, sir. You know, for ketchup and spaghetti, it looks pretty good. It doesn't look bad. Oh? The pasta was piled high with an impressive amount of grated cheese. It almost looked like a miniature mountain of snow. You did say lots of cheese, sir, the waitress told him. She set down a canister of cheese and a bottle of Tabasco. A sauce made the US-based McIlhenny Company, consisting of hot peppers, grain vinegar, and rock salt. Known for its distinctive spiciness and sourness, it can make spaghetti and pizza quite tasty with the addition of just a few drops. Tabasco goes pretty well with ramen and curry. Recommended for times when flavor is lacking a little punch. However, even 1 drop may be too much for those who can't handle spicy things. It's not that spicy. It has been claimed that Tabasco was first imported to Japan by a certain well-known former pro wrestler, but this story is untrue. I don't think I've heard that story, actually. Oh, this looks good! Minakawa exclaimed. He twirled some spaghetti up his fork and shoved it into his mouth. The slightly sour sweetness of the ketchup blended perfectly with the mellow flavor of the cheese. Oh, that is tasty! There was nothing like satisfying grub to lift the spirits. He turned back to his laptop, still wolfing down the spaghetti. Alright, we're back in action. Let's do this. Yet again, he unthinkably blurred his words aloud as he slipped back into his writing mode. I got this, I got this! With ketchup smeared around his mouth, he set his fingers tapping away at the keys. The waitress let out another groan of dismay. Really going back at her with spaghetti in his mouth. Wow. Huh? You say something? Minakawa glanced in her direction, but the waitress faked a smile. Nah, nothing. No, sir, I don't think so. Yeah? Well, then go away. You're distracting me. She is about to punch him. The moment he looked away, she clenched her fist in indignation. Huh? Nothing, sir. Good luck with your work, sir. I don't need luck. I've got this. Eyes jumping back and forth between pasta and computer, Minakawa got to work on his copy once more. Before long, he was oblivious to every sound in the cafe around him. Okay, well, that was... There's a lot of great comedy arcs, but I think so far he hasn't gotten to anything serious yet. When he finally snapped out of writing mode, he glanced at his watch. It was 2:20. Really? Just 20 minutes? Almost time for him to head to his next interview. Better get a move on. Kimizuka's taxi came by just as Minakawa was hurrying out of the cafe. Well, what a pleasant surprise! Minakawa called out. Nice timing, my man. Kimizuka's startled look quickly vanished behind an expression of professional resignation. Oh, did he not want to have the same customer the same day? Do you need a ride, sir? You know it, Minakawa replied. Oh no. First, head to Shoto. After that, I'll need to get to Sakuragaoka. As he cast his gaze out at the sights of the city, Minakawa mulled over his plan for the next part of the day. First, he'd interview the Miss Midoriyama girls. Then he'd meet with the head of that theater troupe. In order to leave himself enough time to write his copy, that meant... I'd like to get this all wrapped up in 20 minutes. An unreasonable time. Can you make that happen? Kimizuka flashed a grin. Oh, not? He can? That will incur a special fare, sir. Oh, special. Minakawa said as he got settled in his seat. I love that word. Kimizuka stepped on the gas. Special fare, a rush job. Well, at least they have a working relationship now. Shibuya was a town of contrast. It was a town of young people, unpretentious, energetic. The Scramble intersection and the center guy perfectly conveyed that vibrancy. However, if one turned right at the 109 building and headed down Bunkamuradori, the town's whole atmosphere changed. Shoto was one of Shibuya's, indeed, one of Tokyo's most upscale residential districts. Wherever one looked, there were stately manor houses giving off an imposing air, sending the message that this was no place for the common folk. I don't know, it kind of looks like regular houses right now. Unless... right here's fine. Minakawa directed Kimizuka to pull over. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. Hopping out of the taxi, he checked the nameplates of the nearby homes. Yeah? Ah, here we go. Oh, is that how you spell Osawa? I see O in the first character. Sawa is in the second one? Weird. He spotted the nameplate that read Osawa. Kenji Osawa, huh? Oh, he did get the right one. The name nagged at him somehow. It had been in the back of his mind ever since he'd seen it in the phone book back in the cafe. Had he heard it somewhere before, maybe a tabloid piece not too long ago? He walked up to the gate and pressed the button for the intercom. Even the little chime it made when pressed sounded elegant, did it? The gate doesn't look very elegant though. Minakawa waited, but there was no response. He looked at his watch. It was 2:30 now. His interview with Shinosuke Owarai of the Wandering Angels was supposed to have started already. The theater troupe. Episode 3 of the theater troupe story. With help from Shinichi Bando, Mondo was able to get out of his apartment. Then, when all the players had finally assembled, the troupe proceeded with one last rehearsal before showtime. But again, tragedy struck. Mondo came down with food poisoning after eating his lunch. He was rushed to the hospital in an ambulance, and the Angels were once again lacking an actor for the key role of Shido. Owarai was on the verge of panic. Finally, however, he came up with a solution. Novice actor Takuya Amo, age 31, would take on the part. Continued in episode 4. Wow, this whole drama is like playing in the back here. What the heck? Still, he wanted to meet with the twins first if it was possible. He had to make the choice, decided to wait a little longer, decided to give up and head to his next interview. No. Wait a little longer, Decided to wait a little longer. Just 5 more minutes. There we go. That wasn't too bad, right? The front door opened. Wait, what the heck? What's going on here? A grim-looking man emerged, leading another man in handcuffs. Minurikawa was standing in their way. Pardon us, the serious-looking fellow said. He gave Minurikawa a curt bow as he passed by. Why did he get arrested? Minurikawa smelled the distinct odor of a scoop. Hey, does that guy live here? He asked. The man ignored him and kept moving. But Minurikawa followed. He couldn't let his opportunity pass him by. Hey, wait up! That Mr. Osawa? With a grimace, the man pushed Minurikawa aside and hurried his handcuffed prisoner along. For a moment, Minurikawa wondered if he should keep after them, but he decided against it. Whatever was going here, he doubted he would be able to get an interview with the twin girls right now. This had all been an unfortunate waste of time. He had no real choice but to head along to his next interview. Huh. I wonder if there's a bad end for him. A few minutes later, the rear tire skidded sharply as the cab came to a stop beside a different curb. The trip from Shoto to the theater in Sakuragaoka had taken almost no time at all. Here we are, sir, Kimizuka announced. Wow, that was fast. Still, Minurikawa was at least 5 minutes behind schedule. He hoped he'd still be able to get the interview with Owada. Oh, that was actually the play? Keep out? Alright, we got one more thing to check out before we end for today. Let's see what Osawa is up to and how the heck he got himself arrested. What the heck is that about? I do not want others intruding into my domain. Accordingly, I do not intrude on others. That is how I've always lived my life. That's how I've lived my life. That is how I've forged my sense of calm. Oh, there's Osawa. But something has begun to drive me mad. The boundaries between myself and others have started to collapse. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I will become something other than myself. What is up with this background music? And that is one thing I fear I could never bear. Oh no, you don't. Wait, what's going on here? Why is Kajiwara on top of... Oh, Kajiwara's on top of Tanaka because of the bug. I see. Kajiwara tackled Tanaka as he strode towards the door. The two men collapsed in a heap in front of the entryway. Hey, Tanaka barked. What are you doing? Hold still. Kajiwara ran his bug tracker over Tanaka's body. Found it. It began beeping loudly. Aha! Kajiwara pulled off Tanaka's necktie clip. It's a listening device. Tanaka's face went pale. He got found out! Tanaka is part of this whole thing. Where did you get this? Kajiwara demanded. Well... Tanaka trailed off into silence. I gave it to him. Wait, what? I? The heck? It was I who had appeared on the second floor landing. You were listening in. You were listening in? Osawa asked brokenly. Ma'am, Kajiwara said. Would you mind explaining this? For once, he seemed deadly serious. I was barely able to hear a thing. That's what I get for going with something so cheap. I held out a dangling earpiece. When and where did you get that? Earlier today, when I left to do some shopping. And why did you plant a listening device on Mr. Tanaka? Kajiwara asked. Okay, so she did have a bug on her when she went to the cafe, but that was because she was the one who bugged herself. That's what I want to know, Tanaka chimed in. Why would you do this, Mrs. Osawa? He was trembling. You were outside emailing someone earlier, weren't you, Mr. Tanaka? I saw you from the window. Emailing? Hajiwara looked into Tanaka's face. I nodded. He came back into the house shortly afterwards, and I asked him where he'd gone. And what do you think he said? She was practically gloating, playing to her little audience. She began stalking down the stairs. She said she'd gone on to check out something at the lab. He'd gone to check on something at the lab? Despite the fact that he was out in the yard there fiddling with his phone the whole time. So I figured I'd bug him. He might show his true colors and... Enough. So she's basically screwing everything up or something? Osawa cut his wife off. Tanaka had been emailing Hitomi, of course, but I couldn't reveal that now. I think I get what happened here. Kajiwara interposed. He folded his arms. Your wife thought that Mr. Tanaka was in contact with the kidnappers, and so she planted a listening device on him. The detective peered at Tanaka. Who were you emailing, sir? Yes, that's right, I chirped. Show us your phone, Mr. Tanaka. Let's see what you were really up to. Oh no. Or is there some reason you don't want to show us? Osawa started to panic. I is going around with bugs because she is haughty, doesn't trust anyone, and she has her suspicions that she wants to follow through and doesn't trust the police and all that stuff. I don't know. But it's definitely something she could do to derail everything. If the police checked that cell phone, they'd find the emails from Hitomi. And if the kidnappers somehow found out about that, Maria's life would be in danger. No, she's actually perfectly fine right now. But I was still relentlessly advancing on Tanaka. Stop this. Darling? She turned to him in surprise. Tanaka was sending emails on my behalf. Osawa said. I asked him to do it. And just who was he emailing? It was... He needed to think of a lie. Fast. It was me. Someone from work. Pretty honey? What the heck is pretty honey? I kind of want to go with a pretty honey option. It was pretty honey. Who the heck is pretty honey? The room went silent. Pretty... Wait. What did you say? Pretty... Wait, what did you say? Kajiwara asked after a long, awkward silence. Honey, Osawa replied meekly. My apologies. I didn't quite catch that. One more time? Pretty honey. Osawa's voice was scarcely audible. Pretty honey? I asked, sounding ashamed on his behalf. Who's that? Osawa felt his cheeks burning. Of all the names he might have chose, why did he pick that one? Who is it, sir? Kajiwara demanded. He regarded Osawa's face keenly. A personal associate of mine. You wouldn't know them. But why ask Tanaka to send the messages? Kajiwara asked. Don't you have a computer in your study? Couldn't you have sent the emails yourself? I think there's a bad end. My computer was having problems sending email. I'm not sure what the issue was. Look, the point is there's no reason to worry about Tanaka's emails. Now I assume we're done here? I need Tanaka to run some errands for me. With that, Osawa opened the front door. Okay. Tanaka gave him a quick bow and headed out the door. Hey, wait. I started to go after him. Just calm down. Asawa barred the way. There's no way he's connected to kidnappers. Can't you see that? I don't know. I feel like he is. His voice cracked and he shuddered at the sudden rush of emotion. There, sir, Kajiwara said consolingly. She's just deeply worried about your daughter. No, she's not. I turned around and marched back upstairs. But still, if she is that worried, giving a tie clip as a gift seems a bit. Clothing accessory meant to hold one's necktie in place. In the old days, they were a quintessential part of the salaryman's outfit along with cufflinks and the company badge. Recently, tie clips have come back into vogue with some older men, now more frequently referred to as tie bars. I don't think I've heard of tie bars before. Tie clips? I don't think I've seen tie clips either. But is he suspecting that there's an affair between I and Tanaka? That's more likely than Hitomi and Tanaka. Kajiwara's muttering trailed off. What do you mean? Asawa asked. Ah, nothing. Not important. The detective waved a hand dismissively, but there had been a definite note of suspicion in his voice. Man, listening devices are amazing. Well, back to work. Kajiwara headed back into the living room. He is actually being a lot less nosy now. He's actually seemingly more professional. Osawa returned to his study and sat in front of his computer. He had no desire to be in the presence of the detectives who now crowded his living room. The Ayakamiki fan forum for people 40 and over was still open on his monitor. He reloaded the page and saw that his earlier thread had gotten a reply. It was from Pretty Honey, a regular contributor to Osawa's threads. Oh my gosh. Was Tanaka Pretty Honey all this time? Username of someone who posts regularly at the Ayakamiki fan forum. He seems to know a lot about agriculture and the police, as evidenced by statements as if the world were a farm with 100 people, as well as tendency to post to another site called the 87th Precinct Telecommunity. Incidentally, Shinya Kano's girlfriend Rumi also posts on the 87th Precinct Telecommunity from time to time. She has had several massive arguments with Pretty Honey there, with the latter criticizing the police for not doing their job, while Rumi insists that the police are very difficult and deserves more credit. Hold up. Let me think. Is Pretty Honey the dad? I feel like Pretty Honey is the dad. That would be a hilarious twist if it was. And this is where we jump from to Kano. We'll do that another time. Oh, that's hilarious if that's true. I'm opposed to the idea of Ayakamiki expanding into America. Of course he would be. Of course he would be. With a angry emoji too. She should be able to enjoy the success she's earned in Japan without having to struggle overseas. Aya has done so much for us. I'd like her to keep supporting Japan forever. The message was festooned with the sort of emoticons a young girl might use. But that is not a young girl. That is, in fact, an old man. Pretty Honey claimed to be a 19-year-old female college student, which is probably not true. In fairness, he's probably just projecting his own issues on the singer, probably. Although the community was meant for Ayakamiki fans 40 and over, the settings allowed anyone to post there. The only young woman among the members, however, was Pretty Honey. The thread continued. By the way, have you tried the Ayakamiki fortune teller yet? There's a link below. Fortune telling, huh? The practice of determining a person's future luck or life events using cards, horoscopes, and or methods of divination. Other methods of divination. Most people believe such prognostication when it foretells something good, and don't believe it when the outlook is bad. That's about as much faith in fortune telling as someone should have. Okay, what is this video? The fancy animation for the fortunes at the shrine. Wow. Osawa stared. Should he ask it whether Maria was safe? If it gave him a good answer, he'd believe it. If it were a bad answer, he wouldn't. It might be worth a shot just for the peace of mind it'd bring. Online fortune telling? Come on. He clicked the link and the Aya fortune teller page came up. It asked you to enter your birth date and sex, and then Aya Kamiki would offer her advice. Osawa followed the instructions, entering his date of birth, selecting male, and then clicking next. Why would he need all that? I don't think he needs all that. A few seconds later, his fortune was displayed. You're a very work-minded person. He'd hoped for some insight on Maria, but instead it was just a write-up about his personality. You'd never be able to get by with the devoted support of those around you, but you probably don't realize that, do you? He doesn't realize it, actually. It's a big mistake to think you can get through all of life's challenges on your own. There's nothing cool about being ignorant. If you don't get over your indifference to the world might start to harbor quite a grudge. Find a way to connect more deeply with the people around you and start living a better life before it's too late. Just do that, and you're sure to have a wonderful future ahead. On one hand, yes, that is sound advice. On the other hand, this is not what he's looking for. This is not what he's looking for. Famous people who got your result? Shinosuke Owadai, playwright. Oh no, is this... Okay, no, this isn't episode 4. Head writer of Wandering Angels Troupe has an interview appointment with Minoru Minorikawa at 2:30 this afternoon. Well, see you later then. Osawa couldn't help but feel that the advice was painfully appropriate. He went back to the forum and replied to Pretty Honey. Nice to hear from you again, Pretty Honey. I definitely know how you feel about Aya Kamiki being ours. Still, I'm confident she's got what it takes to persevere and succeed in America. And if she does fail, well, all of us in Japan will be here to welcome her back all the same. Guess this voyage to America I've concocted just has me a little worked up. Sad emoji. Osawa clicked post and leaned back in his chair. Mr. Osawa! Mr. Osawa! It was Kajiwara shouting from outside the door. First the toilet, then lunch. What is it now? There's been a development in the case. Please join us in the living room. We have important matters to discuss. Oh, actually real this time. Kajiwara had his detective face on. Actually detective face? Oh no, Ai's here too. Of course she would be. When Osawa entered the living room, I was already there, looking stern and solemn. I don't think we've ever seen a face that's not a stink face from her this entire time. Now that you're both here, Kajiwara said, allow me to share what we know. We've identified a location that appears to be the Syndicate's hideout. You have? What about Maria? Is she there? Osawa exclaimed. We still haven't been able to ascertain whether your daughter is safe. Well then, what are these important matters you needed to discuss? Osawa felt a wave of anxiety rush through him. The hideout in question is a condominium in Hiro. And it's owned by... By whom? Right, we haven't gotten this from last time. Mr. Osawa, please calm down. Tell me! Go on, out with it! Kajiwara took a deep breath. Is it Tanaka? Is it Tanaka's place? The residence is owned. I knew it. Tanaka was in on this. Ever since that thing with that run-in with Maria and Tanaka in the bad end. Oh, he was in on it this entire time. By Mamoru Tanaka. Osawa was speechless. He couldn't process what he was just hearing. Tanaka? Lies! I shrieked. Just what are you implying? That Mr. Tanaka is the kidnapper and I is in on it? Where's your proof? With all due respect, ma'am, weren't you suspicious of Mr. Tanaka yourself? Well, I suppose, but... You did go as far as to stick a listening device on him. Flustered, I withdrew into a vacant silence. The sudden ringing of the phone startled everyone in the room. Was that Tanaka? No, it couldn't be. There was no way. The phone was wiretapped. The detective wearing the headset nodded to Kajiwara, who in turn motioned for Osawa to pick up. Hello? He said cautiously. Ah, hello. Is this the home of Maria Osawa? Oh, this is Mirukawa. There's Mirukawa asking for an interview. The voice was not Tanaka's. Osawa didn't recognize it, but the veil of despair that hung before him thinned slightly. Is this the home of Hitomi Osawa? This time, the man on the phone used Hitomi's name instead. Yes, that's right. The caller immediately hung up. Minorikawa, what the heck were you doing? You're not supposed to just leave them hanging like that. You could have asked for an interview. That's extremely sus right there. Who does that? As Osawa stood there, dumbstruck, Kajiwara gently took the receiver and hung up the phone. One of the detectives addressed Kajiwara. We've traced the source of the phone call to a cell phone. Also, we've pinpointed the base station used. Inform Director Kuze so he can prepare a team, just in case. Just in case? Osawa asked. What do you mean by that? Kajiwara frowned slightly. Just because there's a kidnapping case doesn't mean that every phone call comes from the kidnapper. We'll look into it, of course, but... I see. Besides, right now, confirming Mr. Tanaka's whereabouts takes priority. Don't you agree? Osawa nodded. Someone should call him, the detective added. I'll do it. Oh, I. I got out her cell phone and dialed up Tanaka. Where was Mr. Tanaka headed? Kajiwara asked. He eyed Osawa keenly. To work, I sent him to pick up some documents. I actually do not know. I don't actually know. Even leaving out the part about Hitomi, that was still the truth. If Tanaka was behind the kidnapping, Osawa knew he ought to tell the police about the blue minivan and emails from his daughter. But part of him still trusted Tanaka deep down and he couldn't bring himself to reveal it all. We have investigators en route to Tanaka's condominium, Kajiwara said. Let's wait for them to report in. Didn't I say this just now? We have investigators en route to Kajiwara said. Let's wait for them to report in. On the far side of the room, I was squawking in frustration. They like squawking a lot in this game. Despite several attempts, she hadn't been able to get through to Tanaka. Kajiwara's phone rang and he pulled it from his pocket. Kano? What's going on? He headed into one corner as he spoke into the receiver. I suppose that'd be alright. What for, though? After a few more quiet words, Kajiwara held his phone out to Osawa. One of the investigators on the scene would like to speak with you. Oh, really? Frowning in confusion, Osawa took hold of the phone. Osawa speaking. Can I help you? This is Detective Kano from the Shibuya precinct. Time is critical, so I need to just cut to the chase here. There was a pause as the speaker took a deep breath before continuing. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter Hitomi? Wait, how does he know about that? Where does this come up in Kano's route? I feel like this is way later. What? Osawa was so startled that his voice caught in his throat. What are you talking about? The antiviral research was top secret. So how did some detective from the Shibuya precinct know about it? We'll jump to him at some other time. Osawa was bewildered. I'm the one asking the questions here, Mr. Osawa. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter Hitomi? I'm not sure I understand the question. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. Osawa's mind went blank when he heard what Kano said next. He could give no reply. Mr. Osawa? The detective continued after a moment. Is everything all right? Without really thinking, Osawa hung up. They were after the virus? Did he mean the UWA virus kept at the lab? Wait, hold on. The detective had to be wrong about that. The kidnappers must have the UWA virus already. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to do what I did to Hitomi. Do not look away, these are your crimes. At last, Osawa understood what those emails from A were all about. They were a preview of the tragedy that was yet to unfold. The kidnappers probably meant to start the main event soon. It might already be too late to stop them. Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara asked, are you all right? The detective gazed with concern into Osawa's ashen face. Bracing himself, Osawa spoke up, his voice hoarse and dry. A killer virus is about to be unleashed in Tokyo. And I know who's responsible. It's me. The sudden confession caused the detectives on site to stir like a hornet's nest. Oh, so that's why he was handcuffed earlier? Please, arrest me. Feeling the weight of his crimes crushing down on him, Osawa dropped his gaze to the floor. He held out both his wrists. I'll tell you everything down at the station, he said. Anything you need to know. This is a reenactment in his mind, what he thinks is gonna happen. Wow, they really got actors to do this in the middle of the street. Amazing. Osawa imagined bodies dropping left and right. There were limits to what might be cured by the small stockpile of antiviral in his lab currently contained. If they were unable to quarantine the infected in time, then Shibuya, no, all of Japan, might be engulfed in a pandemic that the drug could never stop. Well, a pandemic did happen, just not like this. Could tell them right here, I don't think he wants everyone else to know for some reason. Wait, what? What the heck? You let this scroll down far enough and you get to this. What is this? What is going on down here at the bottom of the image? Excuse me? What does B mean? Is that something I need to be typing in? Hold up. Right B. Oh! Ni hao! Welcome to Imabiki Chinese restaurant. I'm Masai Taiki. I work here. Oh, what's that? You think that's a strange name? Yeah, I guess you're right. It is a weird name. Imabiki Chinese restaurant. So it's kind of a long story. There was this video game called Imabikiso. It involves a mysterious drug called Vision that causes you to be cursed by a woman in black when you take it. And yeah, okay, yeah, it's a long story. I'll quit while I'm ahead. Anyway, the point is that there was this game called Imabikiso, and this restaurant opened to commemorate its release. A lot of the menu items tie in with that game. Oh, okay. So let me introduce you to the mysterious charms of Imabiki Chinese restaurant. Here, have a cup of oolong tea. You can sip on that while you listen. The food here is cooked using closely guarded 4,000-year-old Chinese technique known as huojiao charring method. The huojiao charring method. China is said to be the home of 8 great regional cuisines, and so the menu is divided into 8 broad sections. But each of these is cooked using the huojiao method to bring out unique and striking tastes. Hmm? You want to know more about huojiao method? Okay, I shall tell you a part of that ancient secret. So you know how if you burn something just right, you get this nice tasty crunch? But if you burn it even a tiny bit too much, it becomes a nasty, inedible mess. And so then you screw it up, and sadly, you just have to toss the food away. The huojiao method isn't like that. It involves charring the ingredients through until they're pitch black. Huh? Why are you giving me that look? You don't think food like that could be possibly edible? Well, just hear me out until the end, alright? The offerings on our menu are things most everyone should be familiar with. Sweet and sour pork, pot stickers, shumai, green pepper steak, stir-fry shrimp in chili sauce, Peking duck. All pretty typical examples of Chinese food, right? But here at Imabiki Chinese Restaurant, we char all of these dishes until they're truly full of flavor. You can even choose whether you want your charring done rare, medium, or well done. Well done makes the food look like burnt lump of charcoal, but provides an exceptional texture and aroma. Try it once and you'll be hooked. I bet you'll want to swing by a restaurant every day. The secret to making everything so delicious are the herbs we use, which are an essential part of Hua method. These herbs are extremely rare. People who taste them say it's like they've been transported to another world. What herbs these, you ask? That's a trade secret, I'm afraid. Oh, I can't wait for you to try some. Once you've had them, I'm sure you'll never forget. We have a lot of regular customers, and a lot of students come from nearby universities come here as well. Oh, what perfect timing. Here's one of our regulars now, Hiroki Makimura. Don't be like that, Hiroki. Say something. Ever since eating here, everything I eat or drink has this bitter taste. See, what I tell you, eating here gets you hooked. It isn't just bitter flavors. Lately, I can see everything. Hmm? What was that? The woman in black. I can see her. Well, let's let him finish mumbling as he finds his way to his seat. Hiroki looked at looking a bit unwell. Hiroki's looking a bit unwell today. Look, here's another regular of ours now. This is Masato Watanabe. Mind sharing a word with the two of us, Masato? Rather than obtain sublime pleasure, the woman in black will burn you to your very bones. Well, I'm not sure what all that means. We're gonna die. You, me, charred, twisted bodies. Never mind these eccentricities. Since the food here is themed around a horror game, the customers tend to get in the spirit of things is all. Anyway, don't look so nervous. Let me show you your seat. What? You look like you have something you want to say. Hmm? You think I'm hiding something? I'm surprised. I didn't think you'd notice. That's all right, though. I'll tell you everything I've been keeping from you. Like I said, make sure to hear me out until the very end. And then you will be cursed. Cursed just like Hiroki and Masato. I'm just messing with you. Did I spook you? There's no need to worry. Of course you're not gonna get cursed. Because you see, you already are. Don't you remember? That oolong tea you drank. It was steeped with those special herbs I mentioned. I suppose now I can tell you what it's called. What you drank is tea of imabikiso, the searing herbs of hatred. You can hear a voice, can't you? A woman's voice. Dry and raspy? Go on, sit down. Here's your seat. You're never going to escape, so you might as well accept it now. Now then, let's start over. Welcome to a Mabiki Chinese restaurant. Finn. What the heck did we just get ourselves into? Bonus content added to the title screen. What the heck did we just get ourselves into? That was a tangent and a half. Are we gonna have to look at these special episodes later? Oh. What the heck was all of that? Okay, about this pandemic thing. Massive outbreak of a particular infection on a regional or global scale. In the 14th century Europe, a massive cholera, not chlorella, outbreak is said to have killed 2/3 of the population. And the Spanish flu outbreak in the early 20th century killed at least 25 million people worldwide. Given modern advances in transportation, some researchers are of the opinion that the global risk of a pandemic is higher than ever before. Little did they know, it actually happened in the form of COVID in 2000. Wow! Wow! Who would have thought? What the hell happened? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. He could only hope that his complying with the authorities might help stop the spread of the infection before it was too late. Holy crap! We're getting a movie. Gigantic plane coming down with a dirty bomb. Bad end. Guilty Oh, you're not supposed to. He's not supposed to get arrested there. Ah, okay. So what are we supposed to do? The thought of the Uwa virus devastating Japan filled Osawa with despair. Blaming himself, he asked to be arrested. But this only happened because of what Kano said to him. A simple error in word choice led Osawa to a completely wrong conclusion. Kano ought to properly inform Osawa just what the kidnappers are after. Okay, actually tell the truth. But we are gonna stop here for today. We are a little bit after 4 hours. And all I can say is that this has actually been one heck of a ride. This game is a trip. We've had like non-stop comedy up to this point, and we finally get a creepypasta in the middle of this game. What the heck is that about? You know what? I kind of want to see what's in the special section, just to take a look at what if we have to worry about it later down the line. Let's see what's in the special section. Special contents, extra contents, bonus content. Oh, okay. Special episode 20? Wait, there's more of these? Oh, there's more of these. Holy crap. There's actually more. Where is the rest of them then? Okay, I'm gonna have to like keep an eye out on stuff, or maybe look up where all of them are at some point. But that's the most obvious one that we've seen so far. Anyway, if you guys missed most of the story from earlier, please check the VOD out later, because it has been this episode has been a trip. I feel like we're getting close though to the end of the game. I don't think we're gonna get there next time, but we're probably gonna get extremely close by next time, or at least getting things to slowly wrap up next time. So maybe in 1 or 2 playthroughs we'll be done with this, and then we'll be on our merry way to the next thing. But yeah, thank you all for coming, thank you all for watching and listening, and I will see you all later. Remember, we'll be back tomorrow, but not with Blue Archive. We're gonna be checking out a new game tomorrow that came out recently. I wish I could tell you more about it, but I'll let you guys know more about it once we actually do it tomorrow. Alright, thank you all for coming again. Have a good rest of your day. Bye bye.